I would like to call to order this meeting of the Commission of the Parks and Rec Commission on April 14th at 7:01 p.m. City Clerk, can you please establish quorum?
In just one moment, I'm in the middle of promoting a couple of commissioners. So they are panelists. And so I just want to give them a moment to get connected.
All right, sounds good.
It does look like everyone has been able to get connected. So I will take roll now. Chair Lindemeyer?
Here.
Commissioner Wang?
Here.
Commissioner Daly?
Here.
Commissioner Ye? Look and see. So I don't see Yang yet, but I'm sure he will be here momentarily. Commissioner Corrigan?
Here.
Commissioner Valadez?
Here.
And Commissioner Morris?
I'm here.
That is a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much. If we can please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Give me one moment to display the flag. Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. You can begin, Chair Lindemeyer.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay.
Do you want to wait a few minutes for Commissioner Ye, or do we want to proceed?
I think it's okay if we wait just a minute. I'm managing my screens right now as well, so just having a minute might be good.
Donna, have you messaged him?
Yes, I have. I heard from Commissioner Ye. He's switching computers. Will be joining us shortly.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay. I think, do you think we should wait or should we?
I think we should proceed.
Okay, so let's proceed. Okay, let's go to introductions. Please join me in welcoming back Commissioner Teresa Morris and new commissioners Janine Valadez and Cindy Wang.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome to the new ones.
Yeah, we're very excited to have you all here. The next up on our agenda is reorganization. But before we go to reorganization, I would just like to take a moment, a special moment, to thank Commissioner Morris for her service on the commission. And I'm really grateful that she has been reelected and that she's going to serve with us again. And I would also like to take a moment to thank Scott Spielman for his service, who served for the last year on the commission as vice chair. During that time, I truly considered him a partner in agenda setting and running meetings when I could not attend. I thought that he was a staunch voice of the community, and he did a lot. As we all know, he did a lot with workshops and engaging people. And I'm just really grateful for the time that he was here with us. So just wanted to say that.
Thank you, and I'm glad to be here.
Okay, and then and next item is the reorganization. Submit nominations and appoint a chair and vice chair for 2021-22 term year.
All right, Chair Lindemeyer, do you need assistance? The guidelines were provided. Do you need
Sure.
some?
That would be great if we could go over the guidelines again.
Okay. So any member of the commission may serve as chair and vice chair. The current chair will ask for nominations for one position at a time. Any member may nominate a commissioner to serve. Nominations do not require a second. Once nominations for the position is closed, the commission will vote. If a majority of members approve, the member will serve as chair or vice chair for the year. Upon the conclusion of the election process for a chair and vice chair, the person elected chair will take over as president of the meeting.
Okay, great. Do we have any nominations? Commissioner Corrigan.
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Morris, given that I believe she's the commission member with the longest tenure who hasn't served as chair yet. So I would like to nominate Commissioner Morris.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any more nominations?
Well, sorry.
Commissioner Morris?
I was going to nominate Commissioner Corrigan, sort of similarly, because he's the one that has been longest and hasn't served in capacity of chair or vice chair yet. Sort of giving everybody a chance. But I can see Commissioner Daly shaking his head no, so he may have some information he wants to share with us.
Well, I'd be more than happy to see either of you as chair, but if we're talking about somebody who's been on the commission longer than anybody else without serving in those capacities, that'd be me.
Yeah, I'll nominate you, Pete.
I thought you'd
Thank you.
already served, Pete. Okay.
So I've served, Commissioner Daly has not served, Commissioner Ye has served. And then, let's see. And then Commissioner Ye, have you ever served as, has anyone here ever served as vice chair? Okay. So I think that that's important for our new commissioners.
I would like to nominate Teresa to be vice chair.
Can we do one position at a time, please? We need to do chair first and then vice chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry
However,
about that.
So Casey, can you summarize which nominations have been made so far, please?
Yes. At this time, unless anyone is withdrawing a motion, I have that Commissioner Corrigan nominated Commissioner Morris to serve as chair. Commissioner Morris nominated Commissioner Corrigan to serve as chair, And Commissioner Ye nominated Commissioner Daly to serve as chair. So there are 3 nominations in the ring right now.
Okay, do we have any more nominations?
May I make a correction? I actually nominated Commissioner Corrigan for vice chair, but I'm happy to nominate him as chair. So I just want to make that clear. So we should wait if we're doing it that way. So, but either way.
I think you need to be clear. So we're doing chair position now. So
You tell me if you want the nomination here for chair. If not, I'll remove it.
Okay, so this is for nomination for chair.
correct.
Chair.
Okay. So we
Okay.
have a nomination for Commissioner Morris and for Commissioner Daly. Do we have any more nominations for chair? May we please have a roll call vote?
Yes. Chair Lindemeyer.
Commissioner Daly.
Sorry, I needed to quickly determine it's not yay and nay this time. It was a different, sorry, I'm ready. Commissioner Wang.
Commissioner Daly.
Commissioner Daly.
I will cast my vote for Commissioner Morris. I'm not saying that I don't want the job, but I also want it to be known that I would be happy for her to be chair too.
Okay. Commissioner Ye.
Commissioner Daly.
Commissioner Corrigan.
Commissioner Morris.
Commissioner Valadez.
Commissioner Daly.
And Commissioner Morris.
Yeah, I should vote for myself, and I will, and I know that Daly's going to do a great job.
Commissioner Daly, you're now Chair Daly.
Hey,
Thank
congrats,
you
Pete.
very much, everybody.
Congratulations.
So does that mean that I take over the nomination process for vice chair? Is that what it's called? Vice chair?
Yeah.
Yes.
So do we have nominations for vice chair?
I'll once again nominate Commissioner Corrigan.
I would like to nominate Commissioner Morris.
Any other nominations? Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and take a vote. Casey, will you administer that, please?
I will. That's gonna, okay. Commissioner Lindemeyer.
Commissioner Morris.
Commissioner Wang.
Commissioner Morris.
Chair Daly.
Commissioner Morris, please.
Commissioner Ye.
Is it between John and Teresa?
That's correct.
Okay. It's just because of the seniority, I'll go Commissioner Morris.
Okay. Commissioner Corrigan.
Though I should vote for myself, I should go for the person who also has the seniority, and so Commissioner Morris.
Okay. Commissioner Valadez.
Commissioner Morris.
And Commissioner Morris.
Commissioner Corrigan.
And with that, you are now Vice Chair Morris.
Wonderful. So are there any other elements to the reorganization that we need to take care of, Donna and Casey?
That completes the process. Congratulations.
Thank
Hey,
you.
congrats. Hey, who was the vice chair last term?
That
Scott.
was,
Oh, okay.
I felt it would be appropriate at this time for us to thank ex-chair Lindemeyer for her service.
Thanks, everyone.
indeed, it was, the year went by very quickly, Commissioner Lindermeyer.
Yeah.
You did a great job.
You did
Yeah.
do a great job. Thank you so much. And you got so adept at the whole online process, and so thank you for doing it. And to Casey and Donna for holding us up as well with all of this, right? Big learning curves.
Yeah, Tanya, it was tough because not doing it in person, you get a whole lot more people joining, and they can kind of like bog down the meeting. So that was great.
Yeah, I felt like as a commission, we've really accomplished a lot, and I'm so proud of the work that we all did. So it was a great year, a good year, I think.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is a special presentation of the new recreation registration and facility reservation software.
Thank you, Chair Daly. It's with great pleasure for me to introduce our recreation manager, Jamie Chu, and her team. Good evening, Miss Jamie.
Good evening, Commissioner Daly and the Parks and Rec commissioners.
Where are you, Jamie?
I'm sorry?
Where are you?
He's on another page, Yang.
Oh,
If
there
you
you are.
scroll.
Commissioner, yay.
I was going to say she's at home.
But I'm very excited to make this presentation to the Parks and Recreation Commission. We have a brand new registration software that has been a long time coming. So I will go ahead and share my screen so that we can get started. And I will introduce, there are two other individuals that, at least for our launch and getting this at least shown and marketed, our management analyst, Trevor Marsden, worked on some of the videos, as did our marketing specialist, Ian Getz. So Ian is able to join us tonight, and when we get to his video, I'll have, hi Ian, I will definitely call him out, but we will go ahead and get started. So this is Ian's video, and we will go ahead and, oh, actually, let me make sure that I share my computer sounds. There we go. All right. All right, so where did we start? And that was our previous recreation software system. We were with previously with Vermont Systems and RecTrack 10.3. It was originally implemented back in March of 2008. So it was quite a while ago, over 10 years ago, 13 to be exact, that that particular software system was implemented. It was not cloud-based, and it was not user-friendly for staff and our community members. It had very limited search functionality online, and it had very challenging and limited technical support. One of the things that I like to highlight, again, when we had to transition to virtual, it was when the pandemic hit, it was a little bit challenging, and so had to work with our IT department to make sure staff had access to Vermont Systems and RecTrack while we were working from home. but the fact that our newer system is cloud-based, that is a little bit easier. And one of the things I like to highlight for the online registration, you had to be very specific in what you were searching. If you were a little bit off in the title of the class or the number, it was very limited in what it would bring up. So you had to be more specific when you were searching for classes. And sometimes it was easier just to send a direct link in order to get individuals the information for a specific class. So recognizing that we had a challenging system and we have the brand new community center coming online, we definitely knew that it was going to be needed that we update the system that we were using. So back in February 2020, we actually went and did an RFP process, and it closed in April of 2020. And we got actually 6 proposals for that particular process. And we actually selected a vendor in June, and that happened to be Civic Rack, Civic Plus, who provided the Civic Rack software system. We kicked off implementation in August of 2020, and over the course of many months through March 2021, we did quite a bit of training and building the system. In my previous position with the City of Milpitas, got the opportunity to upgrade to a system, and we opted to do a complete build from scratch versus migrating information. That's something that I learned firsthand in the project or the process and project that I did with the City of Milpitas. So it was quite intensive to build the system the way that we wanted it to function, but very excited, and our rec team did an amazing job to put that together. And it is, when we get further into the presentation, you'll get a chance to see all of that hard work. And of course, we launched on March 22nd in time for our spring season this year. At the moment, because of the adjustments that we did with classes and kind of the changes that we did, we're really only offering classes and not really doing facility reservations at this point. So at the moment, the class portion is the only part that is currently live, but obviously the system has a lot of additional functionality. So as we start to roll out and change some of those things, we'll be able to do that with our current software system as well. So talking about our new system, which is Civic Rack, it is cloud-based and it is extremely user-friendly for staff and community. They have a really easy way for staff to see the public side, which has been very helpful, especially if community members call in with questions. We're able to directly see what they see so that we could walk them through what they need to do in order to maybe register for classes or create an account. And I like to use, if you're able to search and Google search something, you're going to be able to use Civic Rack. It is very similar to searching the internet, and the search functionality is better and enhanced. But with our previous system, you had to be specific. This, you can type dance and it will bring up options, or you could do sports. We have quite a few different filters, whether it is by age range or time of day or date or category of class. Lots of different options to find what you're looking for. In addition, enhanced reporting and communication. The big part too is that we do integrate fairly well with our finance department and finance system. And the communication side of it, I'm super excited because our previous system, we could not do a direct email from the system. It was quite cumbersome. However, with this new system, we have the ability to send out notifications directly to individuals that are registered for a class or those that are in the system. And we can also send text messages if members decide to sign up for those types of notifications. And better technical support, which has been throughout the implementation process. The Civic Rack team has been absolutely wonderful. And so we've had a very positive experience throughout this implementation process. So multiple ways to navigate. How do you get to Civic Rack? So the first one is from our Recreation and Community Services homepage. And this beautiful button that Ian did a wonderful job from our homepage, you can go directly to Civic Rack. You can also, from our class registration page, launch Civic Rack from this particular page as well. And we also have some background information so the community knows the change in software. And you'll notice, which is what I'll get to, this is what our landing page looks like. It highlights the many programs, and as you can see, we have a beautiful photo of the rendering of the community center as a reminder that that is coming soon. But the very beginning is a description of what the system outlines, how to set up and log in to create an account. And also, as you can see, it goes on tabs and there's filters on the left, but classes are on the right-hand tab, and then the start here is in the middle. You can also see that there's a button for policies and help if you need it. One of the, I'd say, perks of this particular software system is something called Audio Eye. It's this lovely little round circle that is off to the right. And when I get to show you live, it actually moves as you scroll. So it will always be in frame, but it is to help with accessibility. And so for those that may need additional options to better see the information, that was one of the huge perks of going with the new software system that we chose. So what does that bar do? And essentially, I've outlined those here at the bottom, but you have a lot of options. Once you click on that circle, it opens up this tool bar, and you can make your cursor larger. You can increase the text size, make the text spacing bigger, change the font, provide contrast. You can put emphasis on different lines so it enables you to follow what you're reading. It highlights headings, links, and buttons. It displays alternate text. You can now, not for everything, but you do have an option to disable animation if there are any. And then also can have the audio player turned on to actually read the selections to you as well. Specifically highlighting this change, as I mentioned, we did it in time with our spring season. This was the mailer that you probably got in the mail. We not only highlighted the camps and classes that we had for spring, but on the inside of this expanded mailer, we highlighted the steps you would need to create your account so that you were ready to go when the software launched and you wanted to sign up for spring classes. Again, as I mentioned, Trevor is not here this evening, but we did create at the moment 2 tutorial videos, which I'll highlight on the website as well, but a tutorial on how to create an account and how to register. So all of that information, the same page that you can launch Civic Rack, those links to the videos are there as well. So kind of a one-stop shop to make sure that you're set up and know how to get onto Civic Rack. And that is it. And what I'm going to go to now is the actual website, so you could see live in person what that actually looks like. So again, from here, you can click on, and this is what I was mentioning, our Civic Rack tutorial videos are here on this page. If you click this live link, it will take you to our landing page. And as you can see, it has the step-by-step, and this is the exact same information that was sent in the mailer, and also has information on registering for a program. This will be updated, but information, we're not currently doing park and facility rentals at the moment. And then has our front office contact information if anyone has questions or difficulty. This is where you would create your account, and if you select here, it pops open. And if you already have an account, this is where you would log in. Or you can select the blue to actually create your account. As you can see, there are the tab of classes, but I also wanted, before I go there, well, actually I'll do this first. Once you go to classes, it actually highlights and the categories and the different classes which you can select. As you can see on the left, you can search by a keyword. We don't have codes that you need. You can search by the class that you're looking for. If you wanted a specific location, if you wanted specific categories, adult 50+, adult classes, fitness, aquatics, arts and crafts, baseball, basketball. If you were looking specifically for an age group, day of the week, or a specific tag. One of the other fun things is that I'm not currently logged in, but once you do, the system, once you get there will be another filter that will list your family members in your account, and you can select the box next to whoever you would like to see what they are eligible for. You can search by person in your household or account as well. As an example, introductory to sailing, if you were to click here, it provides all the information on the class, and it also lists the date, the days and times, where it is, the age range, whether it's on the weekday or weekends, the dates that it is, the time, and you can also see potentially how many are enrolled and the range or price of the class. But this is, again, our brand new system. We're extremely excited that we have this much more efficient, much easier to navigate software system. And we've gotten just a handful of questions, but most of the feedback that we've received has been very positive. And so happy to open it to questions or to navigate through if the questions warrant that. So that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Jamie. Do we have any questions from any of the commissioners on this new software platform? Okay.
No question. I just had a comment that I was going to say. I appreciate the accessibility part of it. I'm glad you guys included that. And I think the part about being able to turn off videos is a really nice feature for people to be able to do that, for the people who have difficulty with the constant barrage of movement. So it's great. Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Valadez.
Hi. The question I have is kind of related to, since this is a cloud-based system and it's state-of-the-art, are there other systems or organizations or databases to which this system, you've already mentioned finance, internal to Los Altos, but I'm looking at other databases or even outside of Los Altos, state databases, et cetera, that can be accessed. Where my head is on issues such as down the road cost recovery and demographics and things like that.
I think there's a couple different parts to your comment and question, Commissioner Valadez. So first is there's been a movement within the Bay Area. There's a couple of other of our neighboring cities that have actually made the move to Civic Rack. And so Los Altos Hills, Campbell, and I believe Gilroy have actually made the move to Civic Rec. But in regards to that type of information, the one thing that I will say is that the way that we have the information set up now, there wouldn't necessarily be a direct integration, but there is enhanced reporting. So if there is specific data that needs to be pulled as far as participant information and kind of generalities, we would have the better enhanced ability to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Lindemeyer.
I just wanted to say that it definitely is a stark improvement from the old system. And I like how users can search by keyword. I think it will save people a lot of time. And that's just crazy that before they had to put actual numbers in.
Commissioner Lindemeyer, that was, I think, one of my bigger pet peeves with our older system, because we would have community members call in and say, I cannot find this class, and it's because they missed one little word in the title of the class. And again, similar to Google, if it will look for, and just as an example, for us as staff, when we look for a member that's been registered an account, we have the ability to search not only by partial name, we could just put BA and it'll bring everything up that has BA in it. We can also search by a phone number, and we can search by an address, which was not even an option in our old system. So it just, hands down, much easier functionality, not only on the staff side, but the community side. It's going to make it so much easier for people to find what they're looking for.
And then I just had one more thing. You had mentioned reporting, and sometimes one of the most valuable things about software is the reporting that software can do. Are you able to do reporting to inform staff about like which classes are popular, which classes are being attended, which classes aren't being attended, so that they're able to really use that information, to kind of as to inform about what our community is interested in? Like, are we able to use that as a tool?
Absolutely. That is the plan, and one of the reasons I think we selected this particular vendor and this particular software is that it will give staff better resources to make sure that we are offering the classes that are, that are popular and that also are continuing to go. Because again, our intent, we don't want classes offered that don't get the registration or having to cancel. So I think the enhanced reporting that we have will help staff make better decisions about programming as well.
Nice, thank you.
Director Legge, I saw you had your hand up at one point.
Yes, I wanted just to confirm, it was my understanding as well that there is an integration to be able to take the class information and generate brochures. So that's also a very key feature. The other one we like is that somebody could register from their phone as shown. But after all the questions of the commissioners, I've asked Casey to give us an up-to-date account of what our registration has been since March 22nd. So it'll give you an idea of how friendly it is and easy to use. So thank you.
Oh, fun. So Commissioner Ye.
Yeah, this is Jamie. I'm just wondering, what was the reason it took so long to change? Because 2008 was like when the iPhone 1 came out.
So the original RecTrack software, there was an update to that in, I would say, roughly 2013, 2014. And that was a little bit before I came on. And so we had been with RecTrack 2014, at least the 10.3 version. So there was an upgrade there, but it was a project that we wanted to work on, and it finally came to fruition as soon as we released the RFP in 2020. But around that time, and we had been working on that, but it was something that we knew was going to be a larger project as well too.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Corrigan or Commissioner Wang, do either of you have questions that you would like to? Commissioner Corrigan.
I just had one question kind of around the security of the system. I mean, given that I don't know the extent of personally identifiable information that's stored, but does it encrypt the data, or what kind of security might be in place around this cloud-based system?
No, great question. So it is a hosted website, and so Civic Plus is also, and we opted for the fully integrated payment gateway as well. And so we are currently working with Civic Plus and Global Payments. And so all of that, that was part of the requirement in the RFP process, that they would be able to encrypt that data as well. So that was something that was included.
Thanks.
Commissioner Wang.
Is there a feature on the system that allows either surveys or comments? Just because if you have a lot of people from the community that come on to take a look at the classes and register, then it's a captive audience to try to get input or, you know.
Yeah. Great question. And another feature that I love of this software system, we can set per program, we can actually set up survey questions, and it will automatically send that out the day after the class or the rental concludes to get survey questions and data. So we've been able to automate that where that was not even an option in our old system. Great. Another enhanced tool that will help us with looking at our program, with our programs and our facility rentals eventually when we get there.
Very nice. So if there are no other questions, why don't we let Casey give us the, oh, I see Vice Chair Morris is yes. Oh, I believe you're muted, Vice Chair Morris.
Of course I am. I think Commissioner Valadez had her hand up a couple times. I'm not sure you could see her. That made me wonder if we should be using the raise hand feature, if that would be easier. But my question that came up after Commissioner Wang asked her question was, so, and this may be like, I am not a tech person, so it may be really dumb, but I know that you can track how many people go to a website. What I'm interested in is, can you track how many people perhaps look at specific things and then don't sign up for them? Or, you know what I mean, where you can kind of understand how people are using the system and where there may be stalls to how they're using the system?
So no, that's a great question. And I'm not sure that I know that, I don't know if that ever came up, Casey, I don't recall in our training. And so that's something we're still in the kind of the post-launch. And so that's something that I can go back to our implementation team and see if that's something that we might be able to track.
Jamie, let me clarify this question just a moment, and then Commissioner Valadez, I'll come to you. This is probably a function of having the API hooks for Google Analytics on various pages. I would presume that would be the platform we would use for that type of analysis.
Yep, no, I appreciate that information.
So Commissioner Valadez?
Yeah, Yes, that was precisely where I was going with my original question. Because I mean, at the end of the day, we're not only providing a service to the community and trying to make that process easier through this wonderful system that's more intuitive and more easy to use, but also we're trying to operate the infrastructure of running all the rep programs and renting facilities, et cetera, et cetera. At the end of the day, we're trying to generate revenue and generate income to balance our costs to whatever cost recovery goals we end up having. So my question was, is this system really designed to be, you know, a registration system by itself, or can it actually be an analytics engine such that we gather data on how people are using the website and accessing the catalog to actually potentially do some marketing in terms of push data out to people in terms of encouraging them because they've demonstrated interest in certain areas or past registrations where, you know, you were in this class before, you might be interested in these 3 classes. That kind of thing, something that's more from us out to the community versus the community just to us. Does that make sense?
No, it absolutely does. And on the analytics side, that's something that I will find out more information on.
Yeah, that's, Jamie, it's real simple. Just ask whether, you know, at what level of detail are those hooks turned on? I mean, it's just, it's like anything, as you know well, when you do a project like this, if you want it and you pay for it, you can have it. And we can have it at a very high level of detail, or we can turn on those features all the way down to the furthest reachable pages in the architecture. So perhaps an easy way to respond to the question or follow up is just find out what level of detail those analytics hooks are turned on for. Commissioner Ye, and then we got to move on.
Yeah, let's move on. But also note that we have limited resources at the city to be doing what global companies would devote an entire person to doing. So
I think that's true, but you know, one of the things that was encouraging to hear is that I think it's going to drive down call volume. I myself have called the rec department many times over the last few years to say, I know there's a class on this, but I don't know what the number is for the class, or I'm not spelling it right. And, you know, I've literally had to have somebody in the rec department walk me through this. So if we're saving time on holding people's hands and helping them migrate, you know, go through the old site, we should be able to repurpose some of that time to, you know, looking at things like bounce rates for given pages and understanding, you know, not necessarily marketing, but just from a service-oriented perspective, whether or not we're giving our residents the best experience possible. And I think the answer is going to be sort of yes to that based on what I see in this presentation. Casey.
Absolutely. To date, and this is as of 7:35, as I think I ran the last report, we have had 181 transactions for spring, and the net total for revenue has been $27,855. I can tell you for sure that that is more than all of the seasons that we've had since the pandemic started.
Yay, that's awesome.
Also, through the chair, I would like to recognize Commissioner Corrigan for setting up his count so far. So by the next meeting, I hope other people will also set up their account.
I maybe checked on you guys earlier.
Very nice. Commissioner Wang.
Do you guys have a goal for revenue for this season?
So that's an interesting question, but it borders on a topic that might need to be agendized at some point.
That's correct.
The issue of revenue recovery, and it was on the agenda in the objectives under the goals for City Council last night, and so we can
address it. Yeah, we can address it later when we get to the work plan.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good question.
Yes, indeed. So I think it's time to move on. And now we're at the point where we ask for public comment on items not on the agenda. I don't see hands raised, but am I looking at,
You're looking in the correct place. There are no hands raised at this time, and we do have attendee participants.
Okay.
And I have no previous requests to speak on items not on the agenda.
Okay, so then we'll undertake our items for consideration and action, and the first of those will be the approval of 2 sets of minutes, one for the February 10th meeting and one for the March 10th. Yes, Commissioner Corrigan.
Yeah, Commissioner Daly, I wanted to announce that I'm recusing myself from the February 10th minutes, as well as future discussion on Redwood Grove and Halsey House items in this meeting, because the city has told me that I'm within 500 feet, my residence is 500 feet of that parcel. So I'll be dropping out during these discussions.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. We'll handle those minutes for the February 10th meeting first, so you can rejoin us as quickly as possible. Has everybody had a chance to read through those minutes? Okay. Are there any concerns or changes or things we should address? And if not, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Vice Chair Morris.
So I have a question, because I'm just trying to figure it out. Let me make sure. Yes, for the February 10th. I actually have a couple questions. So I hope it's okay if I bring this up, but we received an email that shows our areas that we have to recuse ourselves for. And Commissioner Corrigan had sent that out in an email to commissioners and to the council, I believe, and perhaps beyond. And when I look at the map that is his, he's in that 500-foot circle. He's quite a distance away from Halsey House and the park. And so I did a Google thing where I put on Google the 2 addresses, and it was 1,000, something like 32 or 30 something. It was 0.2 miles. And so I converted it, and it came out to, the 1,000 something feet, which means that he isn't in the area where he has to recuse himself. So I'm confused about that. So that's the first thing that I wanted to bring up, because I'm concerned this will come up for each and every one of us at some point. I am 100% sure of it.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Teresa. The FPPC rule on that is parcel to parcel as the crow flies. So it would be the edge of the Redwood Grove parcel, not the address for the Halsey House.
Okay, and respectfully, if you look at the map, you'll see that the circles that we have, that the city has provided us with, he's not in that second circle. So I'm confused about it. So I want to bring this up and make it clear that I am concerned, because I also at some point believe I will be in an area, and I want to understand, is it 500 feet? I think it's feet or yards, but anyway, that we're supposed to recuse ourselves from. So I want to bring that up. The other thing is about the minutes for the 10. I have concerns that we have these emails from our legal representatives that came, from Jolie. And what I'm confused about is in the email that was sent on March 12th, it said that minutes are modeled after the city council form of minutes known as action minutes and include a record of the legislative actions from the meeting. They do not include summaries of comments or discussion made by commissioners, council liaisons, or members of the public. That's why Council Liaison Meadows' comments that were made at the comment were not part of the motion and would not be reflected in the action minutes. Here's the problem I'm having, is that when you look at our minutes, we have public comment. It's all written down in there. We keep track of the public comment in our minutes, and those aren't action items. We're not taking action on them. If you read down, it'll say action taken, none, or action taken, something like that. So this is the discrepancy in what we're saying and what we're doing. And I am confused by it. And I also wanted to add, the other thing is that I actually read the minutes and I refresh my brain with the minutes. So I go, okay, that's right, we did that, blah, blah. And I don't necessarily want to go back and watch all of the video. And if the minutes aren't more thorough, which I feel like they were more thorough in the past, if they aren't more thorough, then I'm not getting a good recap, and I will have to go and watch the videos. So I'm losing a tool, and I think the public is losing a tool, and we're forcing them then into the video. The last thing is, it stated that these minutes will be provided in a different way to the city council. And for me, that means staff time is being used to provide us with one set of minutes and council with another set. So I'd like to address this because I think, I'm not attached to whether or not specifically Council Liaison Meadows' comments are in there. What I'm saying is we have a discrepancy in what we're saying and what we're doing. And this highlights it. This particular situation is highlighting it. So those are the two things that I think we're having some, unevenness with, and I have my concerns about that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Morris. Donna, would you first take the issue on the map and recusal and the methodology that by which we abide for that? And then follow up with the other question about the minutes themselves.
Hey, do we have everyone's map? Because I don't know what Teresa's talking about.
I believe everybody should have received a map.
Everybody.
From staff for themselves.
Yeah.
Right. Not everybody else's. So everybody received their own map and instructions in the event that you think that there may be a conflict of interest. It is only the responsibility for the FPPC to make a judgment call and make findings on an individual's conflict of interest. So it's on a case-by-case basis. So regarding Commissioner Corrigan, the findings have been made, and that's the way it is. So the attorney and staff will assist a commissioner in the event that you think there might be a conflict of interest. If you have questions about another commissioner's distance between their property and whatever the topic might be, you would have to contact the FPPC because the city attorney does not give advice. They provide guidance, but they do not give advice. And so really the authority is the FPPC. And this is not on the agenda. So I want to be very careful about our discussion. What is on the agenda is the minutes. And certainly when we talk about future agenda items, we can talk about a future training with the attorney so that we would have an opportunity to ask these types of questions. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Vice Chair Morris.
All I was going to say is just the comment about we don't have each other's maps. We don't, and I'm not sure if that'll ever be shared with us. And the only reason that I had access to Commissioner Corrigan's is because he sent it to all of us in a letter. So we all had that one at some point. So that was it. And I heard what you said loud and clearly. So if I have a question about it, I'm supposed to go to the FPPC. I hear you. It seemed relevant to this conversation.
Right. Regarding the minutes and them being more descriptive in the past and less now, we have been directed specifically by the attorney, by the city manager, because the city has 11 commissions and it is a lot of work on staff for us to do the descriptions. It is your individual responsibility to take good notes if you want to reflect back on your experience and what happened at the meetings. We will provide the name of the person who made a public comment, like Sally Meadows, Councilmember Meadows, or Roberta Phillips. We can list their name, but we do not have to, we are not required to say this is what they said at the meeting.
Okay, so 1 second, Commissioner Ye. I don't want to belabor this too long. Before we entertain motions to approve the minutes, I just want to remind everybody as well that we got guidance from the city attorney that said, while you may not have been at that meeting, which is the case for 2 of our new commissioners as well as for our outgoing chair, you still have the prerogative to not only approve the minutes, but to move for their approval or second the movement for their approval. So I'm going to close discussion of these minutes right now and ask for a motion to approve, unless somebody has a specific change they want to move is made. Commissioner Lindermeyer.
I'd like to abstain.
Okay, that's your prerogative as well. Commissioner Valadez?
So the way I understand what you just said is that despite the directive from we have the prerogative to pass these minutes with all this detail in it?
You, as a new commissioner who was not at the meeting to which the minutes pertain, you have the prerogative to move for their approval, to second that motion, or to vote for their approval despite not having been there, because you are reflecting your confidence in the staff and the process.
I understand that. My
But
question
you're not obligated to vote either.
No, I understand that. My question is more specific. There is substantial detail in the public comments that I, have not seen
So our protocol is that we capture the name of the commenter, and to some extent we may reflect the general tone or position of the commenter. But that is kind of going over and above what is required, and we want to be careful not to establish the precedent to put too much into the minutes, because one, it's just not generally appropriate. That's not how minutes are done for organization for public bodies like ours, and two, it would be burdensome to staff. Commissioner Ye.
Yeah, I'll just come out and say it. I've sat in on more board meetings than I ever want to. The reason the minutes aren't detailed is because no one wants to be held to the details in the minutes. That's why.
That's correct. And you are basically restating what Rosenberg's rules of order say, and those are the rules that we follow for proceedings in the city of Los Altos. It is, minutes are, we are transparent and we record the actions of our body, and that's really all that is appropriate. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes? Commissioner Ye? Yeah. Is there a second?
I second.
Commissioner Wang has seconded. All right. All those in favor of approving the minutes, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Wang, Commissioner Ye. Okay, that's only two. Casey,
Here.
can you do a roll call on this?
Yes, I can.
Hey, okay, Casey, before you do this, I know you care about this. There's a period missing after the roll call to establish quorum, the bottom line.
Okay.
So then would you amend your motion, Commissioner Ye, to approve pending the
Sure.
minor punctuation correction?
Sure.
And Commissioner Wang, you're okay with that as well as the second on that motion? Okay. Casey, will you do a roll call, please?
Okay, so roll call for the February 10th minutes. I have Chair Daly.
I think Pete's frozen.
No.
Oh,
Vice Chair Morris,
I'm afraid I have a question about it, but so I guess I'm going to abstain.
Commissioner Lindemeyer.
she already said.
Oh,
Yes, abstain.
I'm sorry, that's correct. Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Ye,
Yes.
Commissioner Corrigan is abstaining, and Commissioner Valadez.
No.
Okay, we will table the issue of the minutes pending, I guess, further discussion with the staff and city attorney to see if we can iron this out. Let's move to the minutes of the March 10th meeting, please.
I've
And
never been a part of that. That was awesome. I've never seen that before.
Thank you for rejoining, Commissioner Corrigan, and I'm sure you're aware now it's the March 10th meeting minutes. And are there any questions or corrections on these?
Hearing no questions, I'll ask for a motion to approve the minutes of the March 10th meeting, please. I move to approve the minutes of the March 10th meeting.
Hey, Casey, this is a question for you. Is Ian's last name spelled that way?
I don't have it. Actually, I do have it in front of me. Yes, it is.
Okay.
So we have a motion to approve. Is there a second to approve the minutes of the March 10th meeting?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Vice Chair Morris.
I'd like to propose a friendly amendment when the time comes.
Yes, now is the time.
I'd like to propose a friendly amendment that the public comments section under item 2 be reduced to just list the names of the 2 speakers.
Yeah, I thank you for your consideration. I'm going to go ahead and reject that friendly amendment in the interest of just moving forward expeditiously. Casey, will you do a roll call vote on this, please?
Hey, Casey, on commission reports and comments, A1, you didn't put a space after your, you're going to see it.
Okay. You said A1?
Yep.
I will
All right,
correct that.
Yeah, the motion is to approve with the minor correction.
Okay.
Teresa, is that okay with you? Okay. So let's get to the vote, please.
Chair Daly,
Yes.
Vice Chair Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindemeyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Ye,
Yes.
Commissioner Corrigan,
Yes.
and Commissioner Valadez.
Abstain.
Okay, those minutes pass.
Okay, so the next item on our agenda is the capital improvement program recommendations. Donna, is this something that we have a staff report on, or how do we move forward with this item?
Yes, you received a staff report that include the proposed CIPs, and with us this evening is our friend Manny Hernandez, the Maintenance Services Director. And so he and I will kind of tag team and walk the commission through the proposed capital improvement projects. I do want to say that at last night's City Council meeting, the City Council reviewed their proposed objectives to their already adopted goals, and they did adopt their objectives. Funny enough, you did receive a copy of those goals and objectives as part of the next agenda item, as part of the park plan discussion. So we got a sense on some of the CIPs that council wants to support across the city. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hernandez.
Just a second, Manny, okay?
Okay.
I just want to give everybody a heads up from a process point of view. We will have Manny and Donna walk us through this, and then we'll have any questions for clarification that we may have, but then I believe it's public comment before we go to discussion. Is that correct, Donna? Okay, wonderful. Let's roll.
Thank you, Chair Daly. Can you all hear me? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you on this item. It's always good for the commissioners, new and veteran commissioners, that they get some information to help sort through this this product that Parks and Recreation Commission sees every couple of years. So once again, thank you for the opportunity. So to explain this this item, we're talking about this is part of what we are talking about tonight is part of the CIP, the city CIP, Capital Improvement Program. And it would be listed under the parks improvement. So what was included in your packet, which Don will bring up in just a few minutes here, is a spreadsheet that was created several years ago to try to just break down the projects and or maintenance, big maintenance items that we may do for the capital improvement, parks improvement part of the CIP program. So if you ever look at the city CIP, you'll see it under parks improvement, and but you won't see all the breakdown of the projects, and I'll explain why in just a second. So first of all, the money that you'll see on this item, excuse me, before I get into that, what you'll see on this item, the way it's broken down is we are presenting this to you, to the commission, to get feedback from you, to talk about the projects that we're looking for over the next 5 years. So the spreadsheet will show a 5-year set and limited programs each year. Now these programs, or excuse me, these projects will be limited based on about 3 factors, and there might be more, but the 3 main factors that it would limit the projects we do in any given fiscal year, in no particular order, is funding, staff bandwidth to actually do the project, as well as input from the Parks and Recreation Commission. So this is where we set this with those 3 factors. So the funding, for the most part, I've seen some projects that come out of a different fund, but for the most part, all of the projects that are going to come from this are going to be funded through the Park and Lieu Fund, because they will be in parks. If there is any exceptions to that, then it'll come from the general fund. And I'll talk about the Park and Lieu in just a second. So, so putting this in front, this helps set out the amount of park improvements in the CIP, and we're talking about funding amounts. So you'll see that recorded right now. Our departments, Donna's department and mine, maintenance, we're working on getting that budget together, and we're trying to finalize the amounts that go into that CIP. So your input and the draft that we've put together through the 3 departments, engineering somewhat involved as well, because they run some of the big projects. They're going to be the ones that have to do that. Through all this input, we'll set the plan for the upcoming 5 years. And what the projects you see on here, with some exceptions, are mainly big ticket items. So the projects that you see happening in the parks or in the park facilities are going to be broken down into these capital projects, which you'll see on this spreadsheet, or maintenance projects. And some of those may be somewhat interchangeable, depending, and I'll give you an example in just a second on that. But mainly you're going to see big ticket items, such as possibly $30,000 or up. That's really what we're looking at, because other than that, if it's a maintenance item that my department deals with, what you'll see on that is I'm going to have to come up with the funding out of my operational budget. So, or it comes out of, if you don't see it on this and it's a bigger ticket item, it may be just a equipment replacement. And there's some of those things that goes on. I can answer questions on that as well, but mainly big ticket items. So that funding is produced from the Park and Lieu Fund. Now the Park and Lieu Fund, as many of you know, they are funds that are their fees that we take in as a city from development projects throughout the city. There is a certain percentage that they pay, and I won't bore you, or actually I don't have the formula in front of me right now, but we can look into that more as far as the formula, depending on the amount of the projects that go on in the development project, how much money they put back into the city in lieu of creating park space. So that's what that fund is built off of that. Just to give you a brief overview on that, that fund is built up through those projects, and it must be spent within a 5-year period of its deposit. So we are motivated to use that money to improve our parks, and there are definitely state mandated restrictions on how we spend it, park acquisition and development. So the current balance, Donna and I received this from the finance department the other day, is somewhere in the neighborhood of $7 million. So, and this has to go to park improvements or park acquisition. And we'll keep you up on that. So at this time, if Donna, if you can put up that that spreadsheet, and I'll just kind of go over of how this is going to read for you to help break it down. So, so like I was saying, with this spreadsheet, what we went ahead and did is Donna and I spoke at great length about the projects, about stuff that was already on. We look at this every 2 years, even though it's a 5-year program. Things that were already on this this sheet, and we actually spoke with engineering and are still in contact with engineering to try to make sure that what we see in front of us is doable. And after I give my presentation, maybe you can ask questions on specific projects to either Donna or myself. I can answer those. How this reads. So what you're looking at there on the top is a grid, and it's broken down in just numbering system, 1, 2, 3. Those are not priorities. They're just numbered, and I'll explain why. They will go back to the description. So they just coincide with that description. And then it's the 5 fiscal years. So we have right now, fiscal year ending 2022 would be our first year, and then each year out from that. So budget year is in the columns. The numbers correspond, as I was saying, with the description numbers below. And then on the far right of those descriptions, you will see the estimated cost. This is a rough estimate. I do my best in certain maintenance projects of throwing an estimate on there based on my 25+ years of experience in doing things like this, or we get an engineering estimate for the bigger projects because we want to be definitely more accurate when we're talking about those large numbers. Another thing, the projects here, one thing I do want to get clear on this is the projects that you see here, these are not projects yet. This is something that we're going to fund first, and they have to go through the public process. So, and I think this is good for anyone listening as well, so they understand that if you see that the park lighting improvements are going to be done in year 4, please don't jump to the conclusion that that's set in stone and it's going to happen. This project still needs to be approved and properly funded and everything as well. So once again, these things are not projects until they go through the process. The community center pickleball basketball court is a great example. So that went through the process of the capital improvement project that is the community center, and that was included in the plan. So that has gone through the process. That's happening now, and I believe Donna is getting grant funding for that. Some of these other things now, which I'll talk about, some are projects and they may be handled as maintenance. So that kind of segues into fiscal year 22 ending item 2 and 3. These are more of maintenance. They could be maintenance projects. It's not set in stone that they're capital projects yet. It will be based on how far we go. An example being the designated picnic areas. Depending on what our discussions, Donna's department and my department and engineering, if we decide that it's going to be a grand picnic area, then it will have to go through the process, obviously, because we'll disturb the neighbors and everybody who's concerned with what goes on in a park at, say, Heritage Oak or Grant. And for funding wise, we'd have to go through the public works bid process. If we decide it's just adding a couple of picnic tables in a certain area, that could be deemed a maintenance project, and it's something my department can handle. So Donna and I will discuss this, we'll go through this. So I just want to kind of define those things. Some of these will be major projects, some of them would be handled as maintenance. And that may be based on price or scope. And then the other thing that I want to bring to all the commissioners' attention is that after the first 2 years, we're doing a 2-year budget. We do a 2-year budget cycle that we're working on right now. After the first 2 years, year 3 through 5 is somewhat conceptual projects. So you will have a general description under these things, and we hope to get as much information as we can to get proper estimates going forward. But 3 years out, funding changes, project cost change, and the commission's priorities could feed into this, as well as the department priorities too. So with that, we've got to look at years beyond year 2 as being conceptual as well. So with that, I'll just mention a couple of other things. There are some projects that either you're seeing on here or may see them in some form that were on past spreadsheets, such as the Naturescape, hydration stations, Reseda Park irrigation, and trash receptacles. These are projects, maintenance projects that are being done right now. Like the Naturescape, you see it in year 1. We're going to be working on construction going forward. I can answer more questions on that as we go. But these are moving forward. Hydration stations were on the list before. They've kind of been pushed back, partly due to the COVID restriction for last spring, as well as some other literal unearthing of things that have come up since we've tried to put a drainage system into that. And I can get more detail on that when we start the questions. Reseda Park irrigation as well. It's something that just to give you an example, we tried to put it to engineering to do this major project, to do the irrigation, to do the new turf, and it blew up the budget. It was just too much to do all of that. So now it got bounced back to my department, and we're trying to organize something that's affordable for us to do under what we have now. However, like I said, years coming forward, things may change. The funding changes, and then also staffing changes too. So those things may be moved up, maybe moved back. And that's this spreadsheet right now. So just to round out my presentation here is of this spreadsheet. Donna and I have worked very closely the last couple of months talking about these projects that you see in front of you. These are general ideas and as well as a general idea of what can be done based on bandwidth. But at this point, we'd like to hear from the commission after public comment, of course. But then I can take any questions. And one last thing of note is the 5th year out, Donna and I, we're leaving that completely blank, as you see that. So that gives us a lot of room to come up with very good concepts for year 5, and those things could, rotate between 3 and 5 and so on and so forth. But we're also looking for things that maybe Donna and I have not thought of that could benefit the parks facilities and parks outdoor space. So with that, are there any questions?
Commissioner Corrigan.
Yeah, thank you, Annie. I was wondering, could you explain a little bit more about Reseda? Because I was unclear. Is that in this plan or not? It sounds like from what I saw in your spreadsheet, it was definitely there in a prior year, and it looks like you're reevaluating it now. But I thought it would actually appear here unless it's really it's a year 5 thing. You're not sure if you'll ever do that work. So I was curious more about Reseda that you just described.
Sure, and I can describe that in a little more detail. Is Reseda Park, we wanted to do the entire outfield turf, because it's used by soccer a lot as well. And in doing that, we wanted to fix the irrigation so it doesn't get in the condition that it is right now. It's patchy depending on the time of year. For anyone who's had any play out there or been involved in any play out there, you've seen it. So with that, we wanted to redo the whole thing. We actually got an engineer's estimate of it, and it was a little bit beyond what we expected and what we had budgeted for in a previous year. So that previous year now has fallen off of this. So that would have been 2021. So that's why it went off of this list that you're seeing now. But we are in the works right now of managing that project as described and funded in the previous year. So that's what we're working on right now. That's why you don't see it, because it's already in the works. Now to give you an example of that, the Naturescape is in the works too, but we've broken that into 2 pieces. The planning part and which we're working on right now, and then the construction part.
Manny, back to Reseda, is it fair to say that because it came in at a higher cost than what you anticipated, that you're basically breaking it into phases and continuing with the work based on what we can afford right now as a kind of pay-as-you-go model? Is that sort of what's going on?
Absolutely. That's one way to look at it. Another way to say it is we just did not anticipate the cost of the construction for that. If we would have anticipated better and said 1.2 million to do this, we would have done it.
Wow.
last
I
year.
remember when we were talking about it 3 years ago, and we thought it was $500,000.
Exactly. So we budgeted, I think it was 350 or something like that. And if we would have been in that ballpark, we would have went forward with it, but we had to bring it back to that. We think we can get the irrigation done for that budget amount, and then going forward, when we replace the turf, that's going to be something that you'll see in the upcoming years. So yes, we broke it out.
Okay. Commissioner Valadez.
Hi. Question I have is, you mentioned the $7 million. Pardon my naivete on some of these topics, but you mentioned the $7 million parking that are in our balance. And you also mentioned that they have to be used within 5 years. So when did the clock start, and when does the clock run out on the use of that $7 million?
I'd have to be specific with finance to find that out exactly when those funds came in, but certain funds will be taken in for a certain project, and then that clock starts once it's received. So I'd have to find out. Not all 7 million is on the same
Right.
clock, though.
It's all staggered.
Yeah.
Based on development.
So there may be 250,000 that are on the clock year 4 right now. But they always, let me assure everyone on this commission, because I think this question came up years ago, is finance keeps us abreast of what's on the clock as it's getting close. So.
I do believe we had a presentation from finance on the Park and Lieu funds, or from staff on Park and Lieu a few meetings back. So if anybody wants to look into it in more detail, I would encourage them to just call up that previous presentation and take a look at it. Do we have other questions for Manny? Vice Chair Morris?
I do. So on the recommended capital improvement chart for 2020 through 2024, I may have missed this, or maybe in this information somewhere, but we have a few things that weren't done and they were budgeted for. So say Mckinsey Dog Park, what happens to that amount of money? Is it just like, okay, well, we didn't use it, so we still have it in the bank account? Or, I mean, how do you deal with that? And then also, what of these things, I heard you say that park drinking fountains were kind of put on hold. It makes perfect sense with the COVID situation. But how about the park restroom installation? Has anything been done with that? I know that's 22, 23. Is there any conversation about continuing forward with that? I think actually I'm asking you a question that's in there. Let's just talk about Mckinsey Dog Park. So with the Mckinsey Dog Park for the fencing, the money that was budgeted for that, what happens?
That stays in the account because it's not spent. But once again, that project was not approved.
That's right.
Yeah, so that project wasn't approved, so we didn't pull out of the funding that year for the park improvement CIP portion.
Okay, so then the money just rolls back in because we're not going to do that yet anyway. Yes. Okay. There was some other question. I can't remember else. Anyway, okay, great. That's it. Thanks.
We can come back to you in a minute if it comes back to your mind, Vice Chair Morris. Commissioner Wang, your question?
Yeah, I just had a question that's sort of related to timing. So on the plan in 22, 23, there's the Halsey House that you put on there, but I noticed that, there's 0 estimate because it's still pending decision and analysis. So in that case, is there an opportunity to maybe move forward a year, something that, has been scoped, like the playground replacement? Something that we think that can be done in the 22, 23 year, as a project like Halsey House might still take some time to decide?
Yes, through the chair.
Yeah.
We have a feeling that we will know within the remaining fiscal year, we will know what the funding and direction of council is. If we move Halsey House and put something else, and then Halsey House moves forward, it may exceed the amount of money that we want, and we don't have the bandwidth to do both. So it is a very difficult place to be because council is right now looking at the Halsey House project. The same with the Parks and Recreation Master Plan update. When staff talked about the Grant Park Master Plan update and the Master Plan update, Grant Park Master Plan update is in with the Master Plan update, but council still needs to work through that with staff to determine whether we should separate them out as originally proposed or that we roll them up together. So that's why, in case anybody notices that, where's the Grant Park Master Plan project in this? I think where we are, we'll talk about this during the work plan, is the Grant Park Master Plan has a task force that will be meeting soon to assist Dave Breeze, the project manager, with a scope of work that is to go back to council for their approval before we hire a consultant to help with that project. So I think during that process, we will decide, or council will decide, whether a Grant Park Master Plan will be a standalone or it'll be rolled up into the greater citywide master plan update. I hope that helps.
So I just want to remind everybody we will have an opportunity for discussion after we hear public comment. So are there any other questions, you know, that are fairly closed-ended questions that we need to address right now? Okay, hearing none, I will open it up for public comment. Casey, what's our public comment situation look like for this?
There is a hand raised for this item. So
Okay.
I do have, I think, one public commenter. So give me just a moment. I will allow Roberta to talk and then I will put her time up.
Yep, the full 3 minutes.
Okay,
Hey, Roberta.
Well, hi, everybody.
there you are. Give me just a moment and I will put your time clock up,
Thank
Roberta.
you.
And you may
Okay.
begin.
Number one, on the $140,000 for the basketball court / pickleball court, I didn't understand what Manny said. Is this something that has been approved and is going to happen? Or is it something that needs approval? And is it a priority? Please answer that question. The second thing is, I did listen to the city council last night, and for the last couple of years, Grant Park and the facility, the building itself, and the kitchen, which has been closed by the health department, you know, some of the message from council was, you know, we can eat and chew gum at the same time. And if there's a project like that, that can be handled, regardless of whether we have a master plan or don't have a master plan, that, you know, that's something that could happen. So I would urge you guys to, you know, choose your priorities, and, you know, pick a couple of items that you think are really important so that you can get them accomplished and focus on those. I hope that the facility at Grant Park, the electrical work in the kitchen, and I do not have an opinion. I don't care if it's a warming kitchen, a full kitchen, no kitchen, just using the space for classes. I don't have an opinion on that, but I do think addressing it has been a priority for 3 years now from the city council. And I would really like to see the Parks and Rec Commission address it and keep it as a priority, since the city council said it was a priority. So, but that's what I have to say. Thank you very much. I hope I can get the question to the basketball court.
Thank you, Roberta. I'm not sure what the appropriate protocol is here. We don't generally respond to public comment.
It's your call, Chair.
I was
If
just
you
going
would
to say
like
it's at your
staff-
discretion.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think in this case, we're just looking for some clarification. So, Manny, do we have any clarification on whether or not the basketball and pickleball court is a approved project or if it's a contemplated item?
Let
I
me
can
hand
help with
that over
that.
to Donna. Yes.
Thank you. Through the chair, we did apply for Prop 68 funding for this particular project. While it was approved as part of the community center project, the actual pickleball and basketball court was not included in the construction project that's currently underway. So we sought funding. We are like 95% sure that we will receive the funding. We're just waiting for the clarification letter from the state of California that we will be receiving it, and it's reimbursable. So we will have to use park funds up front, and then once the project is complete, we will reimburse with the funding from the state.
Thank you for that clarification. Do we have any other public comment on this item?
At this time, there are no other hands raised, and there were no previous requests for public comment.
Okay, so Donna, just for my own clarification on how we're going about this, we're just reviewing this plan at the moment. We're not taking action on it tonight. Is that correct?
Yes, we would like you to take action because our budgets are due next week.
Okay, so can you explain to me and to the other commissioners, what sort of action is before us? Are we basically saying we support this plan, or we'd like to add X, Y, and Z? I don't personally, I don't think we've agendized things in a way that we could add to the plan, because anything that's not in the plan wouldn't have been available for public comment and review. So can you give us some guidance on how we're supposed to handle this action item tonight? What is the expectation?
So the actual recommendation is to review the proposed park projects for the 5-year capital improvement program and forward recommendations to the finance department. So whatever recommendations are made by the commission, whether you adopt what staff has presented or you add or change year, we will take that information to the finance department and it will be considered during the budget process.
See, I'm in a quandary because I agree with the public comment about fixing the kitchen at Grant Park, and I really think that should be on here. But I'm not sure that that's something that we can add to this without having had an agendized discussion of it and engaged the public. Do we have? I want to hear from other commissioners. Vice Chair Morris.
Okay, maybe I'm confused about this, but my understanding is that we are here to discuss what we want on this recommended capital improvement projects, and that we can put whatever we want on it or go with what staff has recommended. Therefore, we can discuss whatever we think needs to go on it. And it doesn't mean that we'll get what we want. We can ask for it. It's still going to have to be approved by council for one thing, and they're still going to have to figure out if there's money for it. So I think if we think Grant Park kitchen or some other thing is really important, then I think we say that and put it on here. And then later when perhaps there's final discussion, it'll be a public comment thing, or we'll do outreach, because I think what I heard Manny say is we still have to do some public outreach about big things that we plan to do. So we have to talk about it. We have to hash this out.
So I think that makes sense. Donna, you wanted to respond to Vice Chair Morris?
Just for clarification, a good example of this is the dog park project was listed on it. It doesn't mean it's automatically funded, and it doesn't mean that that the public process already happened. What it means is, okay, it's now scheduled. Staff will work with the commission, just like what we did. We what do you call it, facilitated the public process at that time and then went to council for the funding. So that's how each of these will happen, is when it comes to that year, staff will coordinate with the commission and with the engineering department if it's a big enough project. That process will include the public outreach process and will include city council approving the budget at that time. So right now, this is more like bookmarking, where the money will go and what time frame, and will be put in the budget. So as Manny explained, you'll see it under parks in the capital improvement program, but it'll say $2.5 million. It won't spell out what all the projects are, but it'll say, you know, it'll have a bottom number.
Okay. So what I would like then is for the discussion to center around what's in this plan and what might be missing that we are reasonably confident should be a, you know, perhaps a future agenda item for us to go into more detail on. And I think that the Grant Park Kitchen is a good example of something like that, insofar as it has been part of the CIP before. I mean, money has been earmarked in the past for this that didn't get spent, and it's been sort of a topic that's been agendized or has been discussed in various meetings. So if there are other items like that that we want to include, that would be great. But what I don't want to do right now is have a far-flung brainstorming session about all the potential possibilities that we could be adding here. So let's confine ourselves, if we can, to the topics that we've basically been dealing with. That said, I will look for comment from other commissioners.
Chair Daly,
Yeah.
would it help, especially with the new commissioners, if Manny summarizes the background around the kitchen situation? Because it's my understanding that there was a public process and it came down to it being too expensive. So with that,
it would be great to hear from Manny on that. I will share that as having been on the Grant Park Subcommittee for a while now, and having talked to past commissioners who are no longer on the commission but were around at the time that the quote was developed. I do think the quote was high, but it's quite likely that the quote was also, flawed in other ways. And yeah, by all means, Manny, give us a thumbnail, please.
Sure. Let me try. So with that process in the past, I think the desire, and this is just, I'm trying to interpret what was happening at that time. I think the desire for the improved kitchen was the functionality to serve county health permitted meals at that time for the seniors. Okay, so that would be a full commercial kitchen that was needed. So what we did was we actually got the specs from the county health department to make sure that if we upgrade this kitchen, that we will be able to use it for what the intended use was for the upgrade. So with all of the things that the county requires to be safe in serving food to the public, especially seniors, it costs that amount of money, which was a lot. And the other factor too is you're going to take certain staff away from other priority projects too. So now this project would take several months, several years, whatever that project entailed. They would be basically on that project rather than something else. So with that amount came the full kitchen that could be used for that. Any other upgrade that would be less of a project or less costly would not meet those standards for the county serving. So if there was a modified proposal for a kitchen that was an upgraded kitchen that looked good, that looked nice, but it didn't meet the county standards, which we already have the price for, we could not serve food out of there and it wouldn't serve the purpose. It would just look nicer. So that process was knocked down based on price and also the defining certain staff to do that project at that time. So, and I mean, I won't go into the details of what a commercial kitchen is, but it is costly. And the first thing you've got to do is upgrade the electricity, which for the whole building and building that old is costly right off the bat.
Do you remember what the round dollar figure was?
$800,000.
Yeah, yeah, that's a lot. So we could potentially re-engage the public and rescope and come up with something that was more palatable from a budget perspective. So you know,
we could, Commissioner or Chair Daley, we could, but once again, at the time, the request was put in for that upgraded kitchen so it could serve as a function of serving food to the public, being certified by the health department. Anything
right.
less wouldn't be that.
But we've since done a workaround to have food delivered.
Yeah, absolutely. We did find that, but I know there was another desire for that. The other thing too, though, is I think with the priorities, we know that we have the money right now in Park and Lieu. So as long as we get it approved, I've never felt that money was the issue, but unless there was other priorities, such as the Halsey House is still out there and some other things, just as an example. So I think strategically understanding where the priorities lie for council to approve a project like this and when to approve something like that could be beneficial to understand that.
So for further context with Grant Park, the kitchen is an issue, but it's not the only issue that we have with the park. The play structure needs to be replaced. It is outdated. And the public has clearly indicated a desire for more benches. There's probably a consensus in the public that we should complete the walking path. You know, and we may need to do something with reorganizing and making the parking more efficient, because there's a lot of cars that end up parked on those residential streets. So, you know, when you think about $800,000 for a commercial kitchen, one of the questions we could be engaged on is, would that $800,000 be better spent to reduce the scope of the kitchen requirements and perhaps replace the play structure and do the walking path and a half a dozen new benches? So, and that's also, by the way, why the issue of a Grant Park master plan has been teed up, although the interior of the building wouldn't be part of that Grant Park master plan. Is that right, Donna and Manny?
So the task force that has been established, which is 2 members from Youth Commission, 2 members from Parks and Recreation, and 2 members from the Senior Commission, they will be tasked with working with Dave Breeze, the project manager, and recommend a scope of work.
Right.
The first intention was a scope of work be outdoor park only, right? But that task force can determine that they look at the interior. When Manny and I were talking earlier, some of the work like electrical, that could be just a CIP that's built into the budget separate from the master plan. So I think we're waiting for that process to move forward.
So just a moment, Commissioner Ye. The intercommission task force, our representatives are Vice Chair Morris and myself on that.
That's correct.
And Teresa, please chime in if I'm overlooking something, but that hasn't really moved forward. Nobody has engaged with us and said, hey,
No.
there's a meeting on the, you know.
That's because Dave Breeze is also working on Halsey House in the council chamber. So this is the example when we talk about bandwidth.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Ye?
Yeah, Manny, you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, well, what was the scope of the RFP that got an $800,000 quote?
It was a full commercial kitchen. I mean, and that's what I was saying. I don't have the details of that in front of me. Maybe we can get the meeting that was presented, but
Okay.
it was full commercial kitchen where it's full functional for serving food to the public.
Yeah, because all right, were multiple bids received, or was it just like someone's cousin's quote?
No. That was an engineer's estimate. That's all.
Okay.
It wasn't an official bid, but it was an engineer's estimate for what that would cost.
Yeah, because I mean, we've built these before, and I don't know where that's coming from, but okay, there's got to be a reason for it.
The main reason is the bones of that building is so old. A lot of things, especially the complete electrical had to be done, and a full knockout of walls and the roof had to be done too.
Did they get a quote on how much it would be to demo the building and build a new one?
No, we didn't look into that.
Okay, it was about 8,000 square feet.
I'd have to look. I think so. I think you're pretty close though. Yeah.
I mean, your 1,000 square foot build, that's building on a hillside in Los Altos Hills spec home at $1,000 a square foot. And we're building a little bunker at the same price. Well, that's fine. I'll follow up with whoever would know that information.
Yeah, so Commissioner Ye, you're also on the Grant Park Subcommittee, right?
No, I got kicked off.
Oh, okay.
No, he didn't get kicked off. He's just not part of the task force.
Right. So you're still on the subcommittee for our commission to review this.
Oh yeah, that's correct.
You don't have to go to the other additional meetings, right? And actually, I wouldn't mind trading places with you at this point, just given that I've got chair responsibilities. So perhaps we can talk about this later. But anyway, let's do follow up as a subcommittee and get that old quote and take a look at it. Vice Chair Morris.
I have some numbers, so I just pulled the information up. So we have, there was allocated 500,000, basically, give or take a little, for the project back when this first came up. And the entire quote, an LCA quote for the entire project, in totaled 700,000 for the kitchen. And so what the council at the time decided was that you could get a lot of lunches, box lunches for that amount of money. So that's how it ended up not being done. So it was a $700,000 quote, basically, estimate for the kitchen. So I decided to add that in. And the other is, as we're looking at these things, I kind of feel like, to give it some continuity, I was thinking, one thing is we have our Park and Recreation Commission, plan that is also in this information. And I kind of felt like some of what we decided on should maybe reflect what we as a commission feel is important that, we want to work on. And we have this plan that we worked on. And so I thought maybe the CIP projects could reflect that. And I also did a handwritten thing of all of the city council priorities and what their goals were. And based on what their goals were, I was thinking it might be useful. Well, I feel it will be useful to look at what their priorities are and then work on choosing some things that align more with their priorities so that we can make some progress and get things moving forward, and have, again, some continuity as we, take these steps forward on this. So anyway, that was the part about the kitchen, and I, like us to organize this a little bit and have a little continuity to it.
I think that makes good sense. Thank you, Teresa. I doubt if we'll be able to get everything from our work plan into this plan, but
Oh, absolutely
subset,
not.
you know,
Yeah.
but a subset, you know, the prioritized subset is a great way to go. And it's also a good way to limit our discussion so that we're not bringing in things that aren't even in our own work plan yet. So
Right.
let's
Well,
focus on those items.
so the goal number 5, asset management for City Council, is update the 2012 Parks Plan to include recreation facilities, including Grant Park improvements. So they have Grant Park. It keeps coming up to do things at Grant Park. So, and then, and programs as a comprehensive park master plan in year 2. So they've very specifically laid out some things that they want to see happen through park, you know, park and rec. So I think it's important to kind of look at that, because otherwise they're just going to go, yeah, forget it. You know, you can have your ideas, but we're going to tell you to do this.
All right. So hang on one second, Commissioner Ye. I feel, at least on this particular topic, I feel like I will move that we add the Grant Park kitchen and, you know, request funding comparable to what was previously allocated, and we will agendize it and engage the public and see what can be done for that amount that was previously allocated.
Excuse me, Chair Daly, what
Yeah.
year are you recommending?
Teresa, when was that $500,000? You know what? We don't have to put it in. Do we need to put? Let's just say $500,000.
No, I'm sorry. I said what year, not what amount.
Okay. When does our fiscal year end?
June 30th.
So we are in FY 21-22 right now, and that will end June 30th.
No, FY 21 starts July.
Okay.
And
So
will
I would
end-
put it in FY 21-22. The first year in this plan, unless somebody else objects to that. How does, you know, can I just get a consensus check to see if others think this should be?
You specifically want this to be the kitchen or Grant Park improvements?
Specifically the kitchen. I don't think we want to connect the two, Commissioner Valadez, just because the commission has the kitchen was basically red tagged, so to speak, you know, quite a while ago, and we can fix that and undertake the planning and engagement process to do the other things for the park as well. If we do it all at once, the kitchen's not going to get done for a long time, and the seniors that make use of that facility really deserve to have an amenity that they can use in South Los Altos.
Yeah, and Janine, if you look at the rest of the plan, you'll see bits of Grant Park thrown all over the place.
I understand. That was confusing to me, to be honest. Okay. And when you say kitchen, you mean a kitchen that serves food, or you mean a kitchen that might warm food?
Well, we may, as part of this process, we may reevaluate what the scope is if we cannot, you know, for a reasonable expenditure, you know, achieve that full kitchen goal. I would leave that open to our process.
Okay.
I have a clarifying question for Manny, if I may, for this motion that you're making.
Yeah.
Manny, so you said the electric needs to be upgraded. I would assume that's the case for every single building at Grant Park, that all of the electric is outdated. And to upgrade for a kitchen, did you look into, has anybody looked into the different levels of a kitchen upgrade to see if electric would have to be upgraded for each of those options? So let's say if it was a catering kitchen or it was a full, you know, kitchen upgrade, you know, to a really nice, you know, commercial kitchen, has that been looked into at all, these different level options?
We didn't look into the level options, but we can't even add commercial appliances without upgrading the electrical. So that's where we are. And even a catering kitchen would require commercial
upgrade.
appliances.
Okay,
Yeah.
and would staff do I'm not sure, would staff do the electrical upgrade, or do we bring another company in to do the electrical?
It'd have to be like a union electrical company.
We'd have to bring in somebody.
Okay, all right, thank you.
If I could,
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Don.
the other item that the senior commission brought up was that they have no air conditioning. So, and the electrical capacity right now, if you plug in one more thing, it shorts this, it flicks it off, right? So there was discussion about electrical upgrades and providing air conditioning for participants.
Yeah, that's part, Donna. This is part of my frustration whenever I'm seeing these quotes that are coming to the city. I can kind of back into what we're trying to do, and for what Manny's describing for a commercial kitchen, we're going to upgrade the panel, and if the wiring's bad, we're going to rewire. I don't know how that's $800,000, because if you're putting in a fume hood, you're putting in whatever commercial parts that are all in bankruptcy right now that you can just go buy at auction. I'm not understanding how we get $800,000, and I'm wondering, why is it we're getting so many people's like cousins quotes? I don't understand why it's coming in like that.
I think at some point when the discussion arises or we schedule this based on council agreeing to this, we can provide all the background information. We can provide it anyway, right? Because it was agendized and it was discussed. So all the information is available.
We can look at that quote, Young, because we'll be able to, if they have a spreadsheet that has line items, we'll be able
they have to have that.
Yeah, I know. We could, I mean, I just did a panel upgrade in my house, so I know it's not the same, but it's not a different universe, right? I know what's
Yeah, it's not
involved.
like we're using like variable frequency drives or anything. We're just getting straight DC in. I don't understand what's going on with this.
Yeah, so let's do this if we can, please. Let's add it in here, and when we come to the later portion of our meeting where we talk about future agenda items, we'll make sure that we get it agendized so that we can, have staff look at some of the issues and make a presentation to us, and our subcommittee can do some of the research to understand what the issues are and see if we can, find a way to get this done finally. But I personally think that we ought to be able to find a way to get something taken care of for the $500,000 budget that was previously allocated. If we sharpen our pencil and take a look at all the different moving pieces.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, because the senior commission has really, they've been waiting a long time, and how hard is it to install a kitchen?
Yeah. So let's do that. My motion is simple.
Pete, I think I have your motion. I'm sorry, Chair Daly, can I read to you what I have and then you tell me if you'd like to make any changes?
Please, Casey, thank you.
Okay. Chair Daly moved that the Parks and Recreation Commission add the Grant Park Kitchen to the fiscal year 21-22 at the amount previously allocated and undertake the planning and public engagement aspects required.
That sounds great to me. Is there a second?
I have Commissioner Ye as a second.
I have a friendly amendment.
Yes, please.
I'd like to remove the dollar amount from it.
Teresa, I appreciate your perspective on this, because it could be higher or lower, but I think even with the dollar amount in there, we still have that latitude to go higher or lower if it's appropriate. Okay. I for one like the idea of putting numbers before people, because you have to work to meet that number. If you think about how we got the community center done, it was finally when people sat down at the table and said, okay, here's the number that we have to work with, what we can fit into the number. and that finally moved the ball forward. So my own preference is let's just stick with that original number until we have research or public input or what have you that tells us the number needs to be different.
Okay, and we're gonna have to get the original number because I was reading it online, so we'll have to get it. I didn't pull it from official documents.
I believe it was 500,000, but let's stick with that $500,000 bogey. And if the original number was different, let's see what we can do with 500,000. I think I've done enough talking to people about this issue to feel confident that that's a number that should give us the ability to get something nice done for the residents that use that facility. So we have a second from Commissioner Ye. If there's no more discussion, let's have a vote on this.
And
Casey,
if I have to, I withdraw my friendly amendment. See if that's a technicality that I need to do.
I didn't accept it, so we're okay to move forward to a vote. Casey, you want to do a quick roll call on this?
Yes, absolutely. Chair Daly,
Yes, please.
Vice Chair Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindemeyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Ye,
Yes.
Commissioner Corrigan,
Yes.
Commissioner Valadez.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
Fabulous. Other items, commissioners, other things that you want? Commissioner Wang. I think you're muted, Commissioner Wang.
I was looking at the work plan as part of the reading packet and saw that there's some energy around outdoor fitness components. That was something targeted for the spring of 2021. And then I see here on this plan, the fitness facilities here. So that just seems like something that's a priority. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to move it from fiscal 23-24 to fiscal 22-23, because it seems like in fiscal 22-23, there's nothing sort of tangible that would be an output thing that the community could take advantage of or enjoy, right? So it's the Halsey House, could be decided upon, and then I don't know, depending on what's the decision, it could be sort of a long process to renovate or rebuild or do whatever. And then the master plan, that could also take a while. So then in 22-23, there's not going to be something tangible at the end that's an improvement to facilities.
Thank you. I think that's a good point. Manny, can you comment on what the impact of bandwidth would be? Because I don't think it's a huge, those type of fitness stations are not a huge financial outlay, but maybe the staff bandwidth is the constraint we need to consider. What do you think?
A lot will play into that. I mean, I was involved with the playgrounds that we put in a couple of years ago, and it also took up a project manager from engineering. It's a big process because they are more expensive than you'd think.
Mm-hmm.
So bandwidth may become an issue, but we'll look into it.
Hey, Donna, I just want to point out your FY 23-24 is all screwy.
Commissioner Morris.
So I have a question about the fitness equipment. I'm assuming we're talking about adult fitness equipment features that we've discussed before, but I wanted to clarify that. So something that's like at Hillview where we have that set up, or what we've talked about before in our commission about having pieces here and there that people sort of encounter and can use as they see fit. Sorry, had to do it. In different locations throughout the city. What exactly are we meaning here?
I think if I can answer that, I think at this point, since that project hasn't been refined, it could mean anything from senior fitness equipment specific to seniors and very simple, or something a little more with the resistance training. Or something that you see like out at Reseda Park that's kind of scattered around the outfield of the baseball field. So once again, though, it's hard to answer right now because we haven't really looked that deep into the project yet.
Right, and that's what I'm asking our commissioners to think about this and to weigh in. What exactly are we thinking about when we do it? When we were talking about it on our work plan, we were speaking specifically about the features for adults to be able to use kind of here and there. So I just want to make sure we have an idea of what we're putting on this plan.
Yeah, I was always picturing how they had it around block school.
Mm-hmm.
Those wooden things, just modernize them so you don't hurt yourself when you're using them.
Yeah, there's some around Rosita as well that Manny mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I was envisioning, sort of, different sort of stations that are kind of built in and they're simple, but, people can just access it and kind of do, whatever the exercise is at that particular station. At least that's what I was envisioning in my head when I read fitness features for adults.
Yeah, if they're incorporated with walking paths and things like that, that's been the nature of the discussion around those in the past. Director Legge?
Yes, thank you, Chair Daly. I just wanted to remind folks, especially the newer commissioners, that when Jonathan Weinberg was on the commission, he did an extensive study with his subcommittee on the adult fitness and actually had recommendations with a specific vendor, which I am very familiar with, and I know Manny is too. So we can always pull that information back out. And I think in terms of whether it be clustered or be spread around, perhaps that is handled through the public process.
Yeah, so why don't we have somebody, move to make this change, and then we can accompany it with our normal process to refine it. Commissioner Wang, how about
Did
you?
I do that because it was mine?
Yeah, let's get you on the record.
I move to pull forward the adult fitness equipment from 23-24 to 22-23.
Excellent. Is there a second for that? Commissioner Ye? All right. If there's no further discussion on this item, let's have a roll call vote, please, Casey.
Okay, one moment, and the Commissioner Ye was the second. Okay, I am ready. Chair Daly.
Yes.
Vice Chair Morris.
I'm sorry, I'm going to get used to this order. Yes.
Commissioner Lindemeyer.
Yes.
Commissioner Wang.
Yes.
Commissioner Ye.
Yes.
Commissioner Corrigan.
Yes.
And Commissioner Valadez.
Yes.
That motion also passes unanimously. And Commissioner Morris, or Vice Chair Morris, I am also working on the order, as is clear from the many ums I have said this evening.
I thought we had a new commissioner named
Oh,
Way to make her feel better.
I'm sorry, Casey. I'm just teasing.
Okay.
So we've made two rather significant changes. Vice Chair Morris.
Okay, so I have a few things that I'd like to discuss adding to this and changing some things. So on fiscal year 21-22, we have community center, pickleball, basketball court. I would like to say that could maybe get put down the road or removed completely. Here's my reasoning. We're spending around 38 to 39 million right now in the community center. It is a well thought out and planned community center. I would recommend that we allow the community center to open, be lived with and lived in for a while, so we see how it's used, see what people need and want, and then we can discuss spending more money on it, for one thing, and adding in something like the pickleball and basketball court. It is time to allow us to spend some money in some other areas in the city. And honestly, that building, those grounds are designed in a specific way. I'd like to see it used before we start planning spending more there and doing more there. I think it's sensible. So I move that we remove it from the plan completely for now.
Completely?
If I could, through the chair.
Yes, Donna.
The grant is specific to this project. So if we don't use it, we lose it.
I understand.
And there is also a time frame by which we have to spend it by, and I think it's 2 to 3 years. So it could be pushed. But if we don't do this, the design is already done. We're basically going against what was already approved, I believe, by City Council. Is that correct, Manny? They've seen the plans?
They've seen the plans, they saw it as an ad alternate, but once again, they still have to accept,
Approved, right.
by policy, they have to accept the grant.
They passed the resolution to receive this grant money through the state.
And how much of the cost of the amenity does the grant cover?
The full amount.
Okay.
Comment.
Commissioner Corrigan?
Yes, with that background, I guess what I tend to agree with Commissioner Morris and Director Legge and Manny, that what I'm trying to figure out is I would recommend moving it if the funding doesn't come through. So, however, because when I was looking through all the survey results we got just the last month, this is a pretty low priority from the people's feedback. It was like 10th or 12th. I mean, it was really low on the list.
So you're talking about the basketball court?
Basketball and pickleball. If you look
because the people who respond to those surveys don't play basketball.
It was even the city's own report with the internal staff had it. Basketball was one comment out of the other category of 14%. So there's, I'm just saying there's no data I've seen to prove that there's like a big demand for this. Maybe there's something that the recreation department knows about here.
Well, if they maybe survey the high schools, well, I think that might be a little different.
But they won't be playing pickleball.
I have a comment here.
Just a moment. And we'll,
so I guess my recommendation was if it's funded, proceed, but don't put it on there until it's funded. That's my recommendation.
I'd like to hear from Commissioner Valadez.
Valadez, Pete. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
If you wanna say it in Spanish, then it's Valadez, but never a long E. Anyways, I think conflating pickleball with the basketball court may have swayed people, because I agree with Commissioner Ye that basketball players tend to not answer surveys. But pickleball by itself is a hugely popular sport that spans a wide variety of ages, all the way up to seniors. If you look at Palo Alto's and Sunnyvale's pickleball leagues, I mean, they are full up. So I was really surprised when I saw that survey data that said, pickleball wasn't popular, but I wondered if it's because people were conflating it with basketball. I'm not sure. I didn't pay as much attention back then to these details, but anyways, I would not agree to a motion to, even without funding, to move this. I would agree to maybe not having a full-size basketball court, but definitely pickleball courts are hot right now. I don't understand why the data would have shown otherwise.
Vice Chair Morris.
So I have a question. I have a comment and a question. So when I've attended meetings and followed how the community center was being moved forward, it was very specific how the architects laid it out and what the way that it was going to function and look. And so Donna and Manny, I'm wondering, where exactly would these pickleball and basketball courts be fit in to the community center?
I could speak to that. They would be located in the southeast corner of the property. So it would be behind the building and the playground, where the kinder prep room is.
And
So
would it be taking space from something else?
No.
Would we be changing the use? So what is in that location currently with the architect's plan?
The basketball and pickleball. It was an ad alternate and was already included. Council chose not to fund it when they bid this project.
So what you're telling me is that it is going to be funded, and therefore it can be done.
That's correct, because it's being funded by a grant.
And we for sure have the grant.
Yes, we're like 95% sure.
Okay,
It's been awarded. We're just waiting for the paperwork.
Okay, so if we do this pickleball basketball court, and by the way, I think we need a full basketball court. We have very little in that way in our city. If we do this, it will not cost the city any additional money.
No. Maintenance ongoing.
Okay, and has that been considered? Has that been discussed? Do we know how much it is?
It's like a broom and painting.
It's like how we've calculated the ongoing maintenance of the community center. Since our maintenance director is here, and he was here during this process, I can defer to him.
I'm going to venture to guess that the maintenance of a pickleball / basketball court is lower
minimum
than grass.
Okay, so
water it and cut it.
So I think what I would consider more appropriate than, given what you're saying, Donna, is, understanding more of this, is to say, if it is fully funded through the grant, that we leave it on here. If it's not fully funded, the numbers aren't there to support it, as Commissioner Corrigan brought up. And I just think we've spent a bucket of money on this community center. And we need to be looking at spending some money in other places, including, say, the Grant Park kitchen or the Grant Park playground or something like that. And there are some other things. So if it's fully funded, I would say, fine, leave it where it is.
If I could, through the chair.
Yeah.
These amenities were based on the task force work that started back in 2017. So it was not based on the survey that we just did. It was based on the whole project of the community center in terms of what amenities to pick. And so, so back then, whatever work they did, this surfaced to the top, the more basketball courts and a pickleball court. And so I do believe it's only a half court basketball. I think Manny can confirm that.
That's correct. Yeah, as Vice Chair Morris was saying, full basketball court would be ideal, but there just wasn't the space. So we did a half court basketball court that converts into a pickleball court.
Mm-hmm.
So, and once again, though, through that process that Director Legge was talking about, it does serve the youth for basketball that will be on site, as well as the seniors that may not always go into the senior facility, but they are pickleball fanatics, and they're all over the place right now. It's a very popular sport.
Okay, so do we have a second for Vice Chair Morris's motion? So hearing none, I'm going to say.
I'm sorry, I didn't unmute. Could you restate the motion? Because I think I may second. I'm not sure what the motion is.
Casey, will you please read the motion?
What I have, and Vice Chair Morris, there was some evolution in your motion over the course of the discussion, so please let me know if this isn't correct anymore. But Vice Chair Morris moved that we remove pickleball and basketball from fiscal year 21-22, or I'm sorry, pickleball and basketball courts from fiscal year 21-22 if it is not fully funded by the grant.
Correct. Thank you, that's right.
I would second that motion.
Okay, we have a second. If there's no further discussion, I think we can vote on this motion now. Casey, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, I will. Chair Daly,
No.
Vice Chair Morris,
Okay, now I'm confused. So yes, I'm voting for what I made the motion on.
okay. Commissioner Lindemeyer,
No.
Commissioner Wang,
No.
Commissioner Ye,
No.
Commissioner Corrigan,
Yes.
and Commissioner Valadez.
No.
That motion does not pass.
Vice Chair Morris, you said you had a couple of items that you wanted to tee up. Are there others, or can we hear from another commissioner?
I have more, but you can, you know,
I will
move
come back
around and
to
then
you.
come back
I
to
would
me.
like to hear from everybody first
Right.
before we double and triple dip if possible.
Totally sounds good.
Commissioner Valadez.
Hi,
I believe you're muted.
I thought I unmuted. Okay, there we are. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, if it's already been considered and it appears somewhere that I'm not seeing it. But my motion would relate to seeing an actual dog park, a dedicated dog park be somewhere in this plan. Especially since we have the test case happening as we speak. It would be kind of bizarre to run a test plan and then have the community see that our goals don't even reflect the potentiality of having an off-leash dedicated fenced-in park.
Okay. So
Since the Donna or somebody could please clarify for me, when is the calendar end of fiscal year 22
June 30th.
of calendar year 22?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Think of it like a basketball season.
Yeah, okay. So then in that case, I mean, I would be amenable to placing it either in fiscal year 21, 22 or 22, 23, given that the test case is going to run all summer and into the fall, and then, you know, we have to go into deliberations and assessment and then quotes and all that. It might slip out into 22, 23. I'm amenable to that if it makes sense financially, but I think in one of those first 2 years, a dedicated dog park should happen.
Yeah, so this is something that was happening right before you joined the commission. The way it ended up rolling out was we had 4 options, and then city council approved one, which was the Hillview baseball field. And that was a pilot program, but I think they shortened that down to like 9 months or something. Once that's over, the big, 6 months. Okay. The big, like the way that the people who oppose dog parks in general, they kind of box themselves in here, because Hillview as a dog park is going to work. It is a fenced in baseball field that is not going to create any issues. So once that's done, it's going to be, city council is going to have carte blanche to do whatever they want. And that's when this would get changed.
I understand that was the history, but just looking at the dog park in the first couple of weeks here, Los Altos Little League and other rec programs do not intend on using that field for little kids sports. I have a feeling that there's going to be some feedback that says a lot of people don't want their little kids running around in a place where doggies defecate a lot. However, protecting that infield requires, you know, more than just dog commands. I know Vice Chair Morris probably has a lot to say here. But I would suggest that, and it's not entirely closed in, so, and it only works at certain times of the day because other youth sports do use it most of the time. So I would question whether it's going, even though the test case may work, I don't know if it's an ideal permanent facility unless youth sports are removed from it.
Vice Chair Morris.
I just want to get a clarification from Commissioner Valadez. So we went through the process of figuring out fenced in versus off leash, not fenced in. And I heard you say fenced in, so I just wanted to get a clarification. Do you mean an actual fenced in dog park? Or are you talking about funding something where we fully fence in the entire park, say, the entire Hillview area?
Talking about not Hillview, a fenced-in dedicated dog park elsewhere in the city. If somebody decides that the best use of Hillview as a facility is for a dedicated dog park that's open all day into the evening, like a dedicated dog park usually is, and it is fenced in so dogs can't get out and youth sports are removed from it, then maybe that's a fine facility. It certainly is close to everything, but to have it be a commingled function with Los Altos Little League and rec sports, and then have a couple hours, 4 hours each day, morning, really early, really late, and limited on the weekends, I don't think that's a good long-term dog park solution.
So I want to go ask Donna a question about this, I guess, and maybe the other commissioners that were here for the process would know. We went through an extensive process of figuring out fenced in and off leash, and fenced in was soundly rejected at the last process that we did. So in order to do a fenced in dog park, I believe we would have to start over. And that's my question to Donna is, would we have to start over on that in order to get permission to do a fenced in?
I could through the chair.
Yes, please.
The actual recommendation that went from the commission to the city council is not to recommend any fenced-in dog park until which time additional parkland was made available, if you recall.
Yes,
Yeah,
and that was my recollection. So I think we can't add it the way Commissioner Valdez is suggesting we add it. However, and I have to just add, Commissioner Ye, this is not a done deal on Hillview. We need to make that really clear for any public that may be listening to this. This process is wide open and we're getting information. Every time I go, I'm telling people, please go to the website and fill out the survey. Make sure you fill out the survey. Give us your feedback. And so I think that we could, if it goes well and moves forward, we could possibly be looking at, could the rest of the fencing be put up, say, at Hillview if it continued at Hillview? So I think that's a possibility because dogs have been leaving Hillview. Puppies have been taking off without their owners at Hillview. I've seen it happen a couple times. So it was a concern for me when I was standing there and saw these, owners freaking out, and I was too, like, oh my God, there goes, it's like losing a kid, right? So I think that I could see saying, some sort of maybe perhaps budget for the dog park, but it can't be a fenced in dog park per se, because that ship sailed at this point.
We could undertake a new effort to find a suitable spot for a fenced-in dog park. Our recommendation was, as I recall, not to take any existing park amenities out of use to create a fenced-in dog park. But just as a hypothetical, there is that portion at Heritage Oaks that is the back portion of the park. That could be fenced in and turned into a dog park, or some other property like that doesn't essentially remove an existing asset from its current use. Or we could simply counteract our previous recommendation if we voted to do so and had the appropriate public support to do so. So I think we're okay to put fenced-in dog park on this plan. I don't personally think it should be that early on this plan because it's a long process. to find what is suitable. It took us years to get to the point where we had 2 locations that we tested with the public, and they did fail miserably. But that's not to say that any other location would necessarily suffer the same fate. So my suggestion to perhaps make it more palatable and get enough support from the commission would be to move it out a little bit and give us an opportunity to see the results at Hillview, test the waters.
Chairman Daly, I would agree with that. And I mentioned that earlier. So I would agree with pushing it out. But in terms of new land, I mean, is there something that could be done at the distal site to create a fenced-in dog park, especially in a multi-family type situation, like the new dog park that got put over at the Safeway complex between the multifamily towers? I mean, it's extremely popular and it's not very big.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we can answer that right now. And
what's
that
a distal site
process? Yeah, distal. I doubt it because
what is that?
Hmm?
What's distal?
Distal is a affordable housing project along the El Camino corridor. It's been entitled, but it hasn't even been permitted yet.
Who's the developer on that?
I can't remember the name. I actually have a good friend that I go to school with that's the project manager for that developer for that site, and he'll be presenting to council, and they'll, you know, I actually can't speak for them. I don't know, but we can't speculate on whether or not distal is appropriate for this. I don't think we can speculate on any particular site right now as part of this discussion. Manny?
Thank you, Chair. I just, what I wanted to just mention is what commissions have done in the past is put it at an out year. As I was explaining in my presentation, is the first 2 years we really try to nail down what we can do. Year 3 through 5, it's still somewhat conceptual. And if you put that out in, I'm just giving an example, not recommending anything, but in year 5, that will give you time. And in 2 years, you'll review this again and you can move things around if there's some success with the off-leash stuff. Just a suggestion. That's what we've done in the past.
We could even put it in year 3 because that's still a conceptual year, and then potentially pull it in the future if we feel like it's appropriate, right? Manny, is that accurate?
Yeah, because you're going to review this before year 3 again anyway. So,
right.
But we really are just trying to nail down how much money we're going to need for year 1 and 2 with some ideas of how much year 3 through 5 is going to be.
Commissioner Corrigan?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to remind the commissioners about how strong the opposition was this past year. In fact, I remember people saying specifically, why are we being put through this process again for the, I don't know, 2nd or 3rd time? So if we're going to put this on here, I would definitely push it out, you know, far out on the calendar, just let people know we're not entertaining it in the near term.
Would you support it, Commissioner Corrigan, if it was in one of the conceptual out years of the plan?
Good point. At this point, I would not.
Okay.
I mean, why are we doing the test case then? I don't quite understand.
Well,
I mean,
Director Legge?
Yeah, the test case was for an off-leash park, not a fenced-in dog park. So I think the original intent is if you have more off-leash parks throughout the community, you're not dedicating the space, which is very rare and precious to the city because we don't have very much to begin with, and that we can distribute the use over more parks. So this pilot, which is for 6 months, will be evaluated, will be brought back to the commission with the information and input from the users, and we can go to council and say, based on the use and the success, it's recommended that the commission further look at more off-leash possibilities.
So, Commissioner Valadez, hold on one second, Vice Chair Morris. I'll come back to you in a second. Commissioner Valadez, if you were willing to put this in a conceptual out year, I suggest
Yes,
possibly year
I'm
3,
willing.
possibly
I'm
year.
willing. I'm willing.
I would second your motion, and we could still have discussion on this. So Vice Chair Morris, we can hear from you. But I will second Commissioner Valadez's motion if we put it in FY 23-24.
I need to hear the motion.
Casey?
Yep, the motion that I have right now is that Commissioner Valadez moved to add, it had fenced-in dedicated dog park to fiscal year, and then Chair Daly, you said 22-23?
23-24, I think, is what we agreed on. Is that correct?
23-24 plan.
Casey, the way you're writing it makes it look like it's a joke.
The way I'm
The
writing,
way you look with the sarcastic thing at the end.
Yeah.
I'm not writing on the screen,
Oh.
Donna. Director Legge is. I'm only writing on this graph
Gotcha.
paper.
Like the /S is like the indicator of you're making a joke.
I don't think Donna's
Yeah.
That
making a
means
joke.
either one park or multiple.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Thanks a lot.
It is a monumental challenge, right? We all, many of us are sensitive to that. But there remains interest in the community. The community is divided. There's also strong opposition. So it's I think appropriate to I don't know, to have it in the scope of things that we consider. Doesn't mean it's going to get done. So
I also think in terms of outreach to our community, I mean, I have talked to a bunch of people, and I don't think it's clear to them that they see this as a test case for open off-leash parks as distinct from what everybody that has dogs thinks of when they think of a dog park, which is a fenced-in dog park. I think they think of the openness right now because it's a test case.
so
That's just, that's an interesting, it was interesting to hear Director Legge right now really specify the long-term goal was off-leash parks distributed throughout the city. I can envision that where our parks become more and more off-leash, but from a control standpoint, I would find that really interesting and more of a high-risk situation to see
we
dogs
need
running
to-
around
we need to
without containment.
put off the discussion of the merits of a fenced-in dog park. The purpose of this exercise tonight is to put some pins in some items that we will consider in a more robust manner down the line. So we have a motion and a second. Can we please have a vote on this one, Casey?
Yes, we can.
Can you read the motion again, please?
I can. Commissioner Valadez moved to add a fenced-in dog park to the fiscal year 23-24 plan. Chair Daly,
Yes.
Vice Chair Morris.
I have a question. I thought it was a dedicated, add fenced in, dedicated dog park.
It should be fenced-in dedicated. If I did not read that, I'm sorry.
I
To
might
add a
have missed-
fenced-in dedicated dog park to the fiscal year 2023-2024 plan.
Okay. Will you come back to me, please?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lindemeyer.
I think you'll need to come back to me too.
Of course. Commissioner Wang.
Yes.
Commissioner Ye.
Yes.
Commissioner Corrigan.
No.
Commissioner Valadez.
Yes.
I'm coming back to Commissioner Lindemeyer. No, I'm coming back to Vice Chair Morris.
So it already passes. So I think, I know we need one, or that people want one. So yes, because this is all in the future. We're going to discuss it anyway. So yes.
Okay, and Commissioner Lindemeyer.
I'm for it. So I say yes.
The motion passes.
Great. I hope that in that process, we take our learnings from the past processes.
We better.
Yeah, it's not fair to the residents if we don't, to put them through the ringer again. We've got to, we've got to factor in those learnings. So
we should just send the mailers to the entire city next time and see what happens, because I think that vote is they're going to get smoked.
Director Legge.
I just was thinking out loud that the idea of a dog park could also be addressed in the citywide Parks and Recreation Master Plan update. So since we will be doing a heavy public outreach process, that could certainly be a part of that.
That is quite possible. Commissioner Lindemeyer.
I think that moving forward with this, that I think that we should really consider our past takeaways, because it really took up a big chunk of our time, and which meant that we were not able to get to other items on our agenda. I mean, it took up months, and we held workshops, and that was just last year. So I just think that we need to be really smart about it moving forward. And I do believe that that our community needs a dog park, but we just have to weigh that with, how everyone in our community feels about it, and when we come to this point, we need to have a really good plan for moving forward and balance our agenda.
Sounds good to me. We've made some pretty significant changes here. Yes, Commissioner Wang.
Can I just ask a question about the funds here? Is acquisition of land part of what you can use the funds for?
Yes.
Oh, you can. Okay. So then my second question is, as part of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan that you guys are working on, would that include sort of looking at some new land somewhere to acquire new land, either
Yes.
to support a dog park or other things?
Yes, it's comprehensive. So we're not working on it. We're suggesting that it be a project. All these that are listed, except for the naturescape, well, so I guess Halsey House, Master Plan, Naturescape are in the consideration process right now. The others are new, except for the basketball court and pickleball. So a comprehensive master plan includes inventory, public process, looking at all your park amenities, recreation facilities, and programming, and strategically prioritizing them, looking at funding resources, and then at the end having a plan of, a plan of execution and implementation, usually over a 10 to 15-year process.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, we've heard from a couple of commissioners. I want to get to Commissioner Corrigan, and I'd like to hear also from Commissioner Wang and Commissioner Ye if they have items they want to add to this so that we can close out on this item. So Commissioner Corrigan?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Daly. One question I had was about the park lighting improvements, which was a significant investment of, I think, 1.2 million. And I was wondering, with all the stuff we have on the roadmap now, I was concerned that the $7 million is getting exhausted rapidly. So for park lighting, no doubt we want to move that direction, but I'm curious about the payback period for that. Like, are we really, is the purpose conservation, or is there going to be cost savings? Or basically, I'm wondering if that's more of a master plan item that we don't necessarily commit to right now, because it was a large number, as I recall. Figures. Yeah, 1.2 million.
Yeah, as described, the current park pathway lighting is aged and it's not LED or sustainable and no longer in production. It is recommended that lighting throughout the park system is replaced with a new style of LED lighting.
So if I could speak to that a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, so that one, once again, if you notice, it's in one of the out years. I'm not sure how we're going to handle that because it may become more urgent than 3 years and it may become a maintenance item from park to park, but the lighting is aged. And when poles go out right now, then we are not able to find adequate replacements that'll match the current system. So we're looking at either slowly changing it out as necessary, if it becomes necessary, or if we get to an out year and we have the funding. Remember, the park in lieu gets funded through development projects throughout the city. If those development projects build a bigger bankroll in the park in lieu, we would probably have the funding, but we wouldn't spend it if we didn't have it or had higher priorities.
Thank
Manny,
you.
that's an important point to remember. So while we have $7 million in the park in lieu ledger right now, we continue anytime permits are issued for a new development, unless park in lieu is waived in favor of some other consideration, which is the case at Distal because it's essentially a affordable housing project. There is more money coming in for park in lieu, and nobody thinks that development is going to completely stop. So we don't have to make that $7 million number cover everything in this plan, especially those things in the out years that could be funded from future revenues or pushed further back or rescoped or what have you.
Yeah. Hey, Manny, when you say that when lighting ages out, are you guys still using those electronic ballasts and things like that?
Yes, and some of them, yes.
That's ridiculous.
Yes, I know.
Vice Chair Morris.
A quick question about the lighting improvements. I was wondering, wouldn't that be a maintenance budget item?
And that's what I was explaining, but we don't have the funding in the maintenance budget to change out all of our parks. So we would look to do that in one big project to update all their parks. But if it becomes necessary, which we're doing now, you may see some new light poles out there that we're either trying to match or trying to test out to see if that's going to be our new style. But yeah, it will become a maintenance item as necessary, and hopefully it doesn't, because we'll have to fund it somehow.
Well, and that might be what I'm not making clear. So I was thinking maintenance budget. It would come out of maintenance budget, not out of park budget, because it has to do with maintenance.
Not necessarily. Yeah, not necessarily. Okay. Because if one park has excessive lighting and we decide, hey, we're going to go grab that park and spend $200,000 on it, we can still use it as an improvement from the park in lieu fund, even though maintenance will just do it because it's necessary at that time. That's
okay.
So,
and
but
one
once
more
again,
question.
That project is in the out years. So.
Okay, and then one more question about this. So I think there's a task force. Well, I know there's a task force that was included in our or sent to us in an email for environmental discussion, looking for people to be on a task force. And I think there's an effort underway to look at the ways that Los Altos can, do a better job at protecting the planet and contributing less wear and tear on the planet. And so I was thinking this park lighting improvement seems like it would need to be addressed after conversations such as those are done because we want to be doing whatever we need to be doing to protect the planet. So the lighting needs may change. They may be reduced or whatever to accommodate, you know, taking care of our planet differently. So have you talked about that or thought about that at all for this?
I'm sorry,
particular
Vice Chair
item?
Morris, but we're now getting into the point where we're talking about sort of pros and cons of some of these items. We just have a pin in it, and I am with you that you know, philosophically, you know, I'd like to see solar power at our parks. I'd like to see, you know, there's a lot of things that we can get to, but I'd say let's just leave the pin in this here for now. It could be pulled in either as a priority in our master planning effort, or if the Environmental Commission and the other forces at work say, hey, we've got an opportunity to do something with solar and at the same time change out our lights. So let's stop talking pros and cons of some of these things.
I hear you. I think it doesn't belong in the parks capital improvement project. So I'm trying to figure that out. I feel like it needs to be in maintenance, not coming from our budget.
Manny?
If I can, just to send Vice Chair, set her at mind at ease on this. I'm part of the Climate Action Plan team right now with the staff and the consultants. So yes, and I purposely put it out in those out years, as I'm referring to again. It's purposely in an out year because the Climate Action Plan, I would imagine, will be done by this time and we'll know more. So that's why it's out there 4 years from now.
All right, so I really want to close out this item and take a break and then move on to the next item on the agenda. But I don't want to foreclose anybody's urgent desire to be heard. And Commissioner Ye, we have not heard from you with regard to something you would like to see in this.
Yeah, I know we've been kicking it around, and Commissioner Corrigan and I are, I think it's just us two, are on the skate park commission. I wouldn't mind throwing that on one of these years.
Would you like to move that is added to perhaps the square that Director Legge is typing in?
Sure.
Call it a skate park because it's not just skateboards.
Okay, do we have a second for that?
It's one word.
Commissioner Corrigan?
Yeah, I second that.
Wonderful.
And I'm sorry, what fiscal year is that? Is that 24, 25?
Sure.
So let's go to a roll call on the motion to add skate park for 24, 25.
Okay.
Yes.
Chair Daley. Vice Chair Morris.
No.
Commissioner Lindemeyer.
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Wang.
Yes.
Commissioner Ye.
Yes.
Commissioner Corrigan. And Commissioner Valadez.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Commissioner Lindemeyer, is there something that you feel strongly needs to be added to this plan?
I think this plan has enough to keep us really busy for the year.
Thank you. Director Legge?
I was just going to say, this is engineering and maintenance and parks and recreation. So this affects 3 different departments depending on the year and the project.
We've added a lot. We have added a lot. But again, I just want to make sure that everybody's had an opportunity to be heard. Commissioner Wang, do you have something pressing that you would like to see added?
Not in addition to what I had already suggested, but thank you.
Okay, great. And then finally, before we close out, Commissioner Valadez.
2 quick things. Can we add out in fiscal year 25, 26 a new park? You know, a new park as a result of acquisition, or a new housing development that incorporates a park?
That's not really our choice.
Yeah, I think that the council is opportunistic in seeking to expand parkland, but we have not had a lot of success in the city of Los Altos with that. So if you want to move that we add this here, please go ahead and make that motion.
I would like to move that and add a C to acquire, ACQ, because I just think it's part of the city council goals, and I think that we would be involved should that happen.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So Vice Chair Morris?
It's in the city council priorities to acquire more land, to
Does
protect
that mean that
what
you would second this motion?
I want it moved forward. That was one of the things I wanted to talk about. I would like it moved forward, that we start working on it immediately, or at least in fiscal year 22-23. This is to me a priority number one, and I think it's a high priority because it's repeated in the council goals in a number of different ways. So I'd like to move it forward to at least fiscal year 22-23. If we don't start doing it, we'll never be able to find more land. And we do have some money, and I'd like us to increase our parks.
It's I mean, an acre of land in Los Altos is around $10 million. And if the city's going to be bidding against developers, they're going to get absolutely smoked.
So by putting it in 25-26, what we're basically saying, yeah, never going to happen. And so we just stick it out there as this sort of pie in the sky kind of thing. So I'd like to suggest that we have a little more conviction that we can at least start working on this and spend some of our money on it. You never know. We might be able to do it.
Can we do it through public-private partnership?
Who knows? We don't know.
You can try eminent domain and just start.
There are a variety of mechanisms for expanding our portfolio of park assets, and all of them would be fair game for exploration, both opportunistically, meaning, we might find a developer who says, I have this big patch of land, and instead of paying you $5 million in park and lieu fees, I'll chop off this corner and make it a pocket park. Or we may be able to execute joint use agreements with the various school districts. There's a number of ways to expand park acreage. So my friendly amendment would be that we expand park expand the parks portfolio.
Chair Daley, I think I have a procedural piece first. I don't think we actually have a second.
Okay.
So I have a friendly amendment from Vice Chair Morris, and now you're also drafting a friendly amendment, but I don't think we have a second yet.
Okay, well, let me just go back to Vice Chair Morris. Why don't you state how you want to make the motion, and then we'll see if there's a second, and we can bring it forward if you want to.
Well, did Commissioner Valadez, was there a motion?
Commissioner Valadez put the motion on the table.
Okay, so what was her motion? Sorry.
So with that, Commissioner Valadez, I have one more procedural question. It says that you moved to add, and I wanted to double check if it was moved to add new park land or moved to add a new park.
New park land.
Okay. So the original motion was that Commissioner Valadez moved to add new park land to fiscal year 25-26. Technically, we need a second on that before we can take Vice Chair Morris's friendly amendment to change that to year 22-23.
I'll second it as it is. Acquire parkland in 25-26.
Okay. So now on the table we have Vice Chair Morris's friendly amendment to just change that to fiscal year 22-23.
Okay. I would accept that friendly amendment.
And Chair Daley, would you also accept it?
No, I wouldn't. I would not accept a friendly amendment to move it up more than 23, 24.
All right. What's the procedure now?
Vice Chair Morris, you made the friendly amendment. Would you be willing to change it to 23, 24?
I feel like this is where I say, how about 21, 22? Yes. Well, I know what's going to happen anyway. Sure, 23, 24.
In that case, Commissioner Valdez, do you accept that friendly amendment?
I do.
And Chair Daly, do you accept that friendly amendment?
I made that friendly amendment, right? Or yes, I do accept it.
Procedural.
Yep. I accept.
I
we
will
vote?
let you lead the commissioner discussion, and you can call on me when you
Oh.
need the vote.
You know what? Is there discussion on this item, or can we vote on it?
It's your call.
I don't see any hands raised. Let's go ahead and have a vote. Let's call the question.
Okay, Chair Daly,
Yes.
Vice Chair Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindemeyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Ye,
No.
Commissioner Corrigan,
No.
Commissioner Valadez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
I'm going to close out this agenda item now, and we're going to take a 5-minute break.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
before
Vice
you
Chair.
close it out, there are a couple things I would like to perhaps add, or I feel like we need to go through this
Okay.
piece by piece, because we have not done that. Like, I don't understand the naturescape thing. But in addition to that,
Okay,
we have this
let's take a 5-minute break,
sign.
and then I will give you the floor, okay?
Hey,
Okay,
Casey.
sounds great.
Casey, Parkland needs a space in between. It looks like we're acquiring a city in Florida.
I
might
think,
be at a discount
I
now.
think Donna will update that right now, and I have a space in the minute.
Casey, you want to give us a 5-minute timer?
I will.
Sophia. Bedtime for you. Come on, we're going to the cabin tomorrow. It's a good day. All right, then you go to bed, okay?
Five minutes is just enough time to make popcorn.
Popcorn.
I have a magic popcorn maker that's like this silicone bowl, and it makes perfect popcorn, no oil, 3 minutes in the microwave.
Send me
It's
the
like
link.
magic.
Send me the link.
Oh, will do.
Here she is.
It looks like we're all back in attendance at 10:14.
So just a couple of housekeeping items before we finish the agenda item that we're working on. It's 10:15 now. And in looking at the agenda for the rest of the evening, we've got a couple of information items. Donna, do you think it's possible to maybe move those item 6 or how can we not be here until a ridiculous hour tonight?
Yes, we can move number 6 to the next meeting, and I could even count on you that you've read everything in number 7. So,
Okay, excellent. And then what about under commissioners reports?
yeah, we can move that to the next meeting, and then it's up to the whole commission whether or not they want to give, subcommittee updates or have other announcements.
Right, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Those are usually fairly brief, so I'm not terribly worried about that item. So yeah, so we are pushing 6 and 7 to the next meeting.
I think you should get a consensus by the rest of the commission.
Thank you, good idea. Is anybody concerned with that or have a problem with that?
I don't have the agenda in front of me. I'm sorry, I left it in the other office.
Sure, I'll read them for you, Commissioner Morris.
Thank you.
Item 6 is an informational item.
Oh, fine. That's fine.
Yeah, they're informational items.
Okay. I had thought about does our work plan have to be done tonight? Can we do that at our next meeting instead?
We can either schedule a special meeting, but it is due for the joint meeting with the city council by the 23rd, and I'm on vacation next week.
All right.
That doesn't mean you can't do it without me.
I'm sorry, folks, we're going to have to knuckle down and take care of that item. It's pressing. Okay. So I've tried to shorten the evening in other ways.
I know, and I'm making it longer.
No. Please, Vice Chair Morris, in fact, you have the floor, and it's important that everybody's heard and that everybody participates and contributes in the right way. So please go ahead, Teresa.
All right. So one of the things that I would like to have added to this is bringing in at least one piece of equipment that is for different levels of abilities. So be it a special swing, something. I'd like to have some commitment to making our parks more accessible in some way. If it's a path that we need to add so that, a wheelchair can get to the playground, or if it's a piece of equipment that we add, I'd like to see that on this work plan. So I am going to suggest that it be for fiscal year 23-24 that we add the JEDI according to the social justice subcommittee, that we add in inclusive features for our playgrounds.
Isn't that there?
Yeah, it was already there. I just highlighted it.
Oh,
in
sorry.
red.
So you
It
highlighted
was already there.
And that was one of my questions, was about playground pour in place, shade. It feels like that's too many things in one place. And I didn't understand what playground pour in place was.
Sure, I can share that with you. So that means it's rubberized surfacing, which is more ADA friendly and also maintenance friendly. So it makes it more accessible, and so we're suggesting that, and shade to protect the kids from the sun. And we had already had inclusive features in there.
So I'd like to change it to be, I'm not a fan of pour-in playgrounds. I am a fan of how they function, but I am not a fan of what they do to the environment and what it takes. They are oil, they're from petroleum. So I would like to change this so we take out pour-in playground Fitness, we've already moved to another location, so I think it can be taken out. Inclusive features, I'd like to see it be inclusive features there. Shade, I'd like to see moved into a closer year. I think we need more shade.
Teresa,
Yeah.
Teresa, important place is recycled tires.
Yes, I some of it is and some of it isn't. So I think it's a separate conversation that needs to be had about what products we're using in our park. And there's also an off-gassing feature to that is really detrimental to children's health.
But it's at every playground and it has head impact rating.
There was a whole session at the CPRS conference dedicated to this very topic about because right now from an ADA standpoint and inclusivity standpoint, this rubberized surface solves a lot of problems, but and in addition, a whole lot of people are in favor of it because it does use recycled materials and they are addressing a lot of the off-gassing issues. It solves a lot of problems in the inclusivity, accessibility, equity areas. So I would suggest that the technology will continue to evolve and get better as the entire recyclable industry continues to address the effects of, plastics and things like that and rubbers. But now it is the standard. If you want inclusive features, you almost have to have this kind of surface to enable access.
Yeah, it's either that or can bark, and you can't roll on that.
I'd like to change it to be inclusive features, period, that we have in that section, and that as we look at inclusive features, we're going to look at what sort of surfaces we need to do, but that would not lock us into any particular ones, because I watched those shows also, and I do have great concern about our children and the future of our children and the cancer and impact on them. So I'd like to see that we get some inclusive features going into our parks. And we can get to details, but let's get some financing going for it. So take out the pour in, take out the shade, take out the fitness, put in inclusive features, and let's put shade closer into our, request, because we need more and more shade. We also have the 500 trees. We can start tapping into that perhaps too. So my motion is change the fiscal year 23/24 to the number 2 item to just say inclusive features.
You have to say where, like playground. I mean, you don't have to. I suggest
inclusive features for our playgrounds that will include such things as playground equipment, one piece of playground equipment, or pathways, something that's going to upgrade our parks to have inclusive features.
Does anyone second that?
I'll second that.
You guys are killing me. Okay, thank you.
Would you accept a friendly amendment to delete the surface options proviso? Just leave it blank for now?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, I'm just seeing what's being typed on the form right now, and there was a parenthetical comment that said surface options, but you did not mention that.
I don't think surface options, I don't think the parens was actually part of Teresa's motion.
Okay, great. I wanted to clarify.
Teresa, am I interpreting am I correct in that?
All I see on the screen right now is inclusive features for playgrounds.
And is that the extent of your motion?
Yes, yes.
And that is what I interpreted when I seconded it. So
okay,
that is where we stand.
So Chair Daly, what I have is for fiscal year 23-24, item 2, to be inclusive features for playgrounds,
yes,
which I think is what Donna is indicating on the screen.
Yes.
mm-hmm.
So do we have any discussion on this item before we call the question? I would just say that as it is worded, when it comes up for consideration, all of the issues that we mentioned that were important to us will be part of that consideration.
I have one question in discussion,
Yes.
which is, are there any ADA rules, or lack of a better word, about which we run afoul given our current park status?
Yeah. So, Janine, every one of our parks is ADA compliant right now.
Okay.
All right, let's call the question. Casey, will you take a roll call vote, please?
Yes, I will. I have Chair Daly,
Yes.
Vice Chair Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindemeyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Ye,
No.
Commissioner Corrigan,
Yes.
and Commissioner Valadez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Teresa, I think you need another motion now for playground shade on FY 22-23.
Right. I think not just for playgrounds, I'm thinking shade, period, in our parks, more shade in our parks.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so more tree planting in the park
Could be.
for
Or it could be-
fiscal 20, I think 22, 23. Well, 21, 22 actually would be better because these droughts are killing us and we're losing a lot of trees. So, but I don't know. Would anybody support 21, 22?
I would like to hear from staff what the impact to bandwidth is, and pending that, I could support an aggressive year.
Manny, would you like to address that?
Sure, I can just tell you that if you're talking about shade in general, that it may become a maintenance item. If you're talking trees, if you're talking about shade structures, then yeah, it is a big ticket item. But I think having it in the current upcoming fiscal year is a very hard target to hit, because we'd have to evaluate what we're doing. I mean, as of now, you're putting it in the next fiscal year, and just from a maintenance standpoint, I'm not even sure where to start with evaluating where we would need that. So realistically, I would say at least pushing into year 2 to give us a chance to evaluate what shade is needed. And it may be just trees, and it may be able to come off the list and be a maintenance item. Okay.
Thank you, Manny. So hearing that, I wouldn't want to see it in this current fiscal year. I'd like to see it, honestly, I'd like to see it pushed out to potentially 23, 24. As Manny notes, we can pull in some additional shading activities that are, part of maintenance as appropriate, and where the need and the opportunity come together. But I also think it's an opportunity to evaluate shade, for example, in the parking lots that have solar panels, like the shaded parking lots that Los Altos School District has put in. And I would like to engage with the school district and find out what their learnings have been, what their benefits for cost of operations and electrical, electricity costs have been, and see if there's something that we can do potentially as part of our master plan to incorporate that idea. So I think there's enough meat on the bone with the issue of shade that maybe there's some merit to putting it in 23, 24, but I'm open to hearing what other commissioners have to say.
I have a comment.
Yes, Commissioner Valadez.
in terms of near term, fiscal year 21-22, I totally support Manny's idea that it's just too soon from an execution standpoint, despite necessity. But moreover, if we're heading into another year or 2 year long drought, planting trees is probably not viable. It's just not right to plant trees when they don't have a lot of water and they really need a lot of water in those first couple seasons. So we would have to go to artificial forms, which now leans you towards either shade structures, which would probably be a CIP type thing, or as Commissioner Daly has mentioned, solar panels, which has, other benefits and costs, but benefits associated with in terms of generating energy. So I would agree that it probably belongs, I would hope that it would belong in 22-23, but I think it's more realistic to put it in 23-24.
Yes, Commissioner Corrigan.
Yes, I think about what I've heard too. I think it might even be part of the master plan, kind of trying to figure that aspect out for all the parks, let's say. So I think it looks like a heavier lift maybe than I thought originally. So I would also say 23-24.
Commissioner Morris, what do you think about this feedback?
Well, I agree. 21-22, Manny's made it clear it's probably not a good thing to put it there. I hear loud and clear what Commissioner Valadez has said about the drought. I agree. It's upon us. I don't think this is going to get better on our planet, though. And things like solar panels have definite drawbacks. They do heat the planet up more. So I feel like the sooner we could get some natural shading going, the better it would be, and timing the planting so that they happen in the fall and it has the winter rains. That helps reduce how much water you have to put on a tree. So at least we could utilize, if we are going to get any more rain in our lives, we can utilize what rain we do get seasonally. So I feel like we have the master plan update in 22-23, and if what Commissioner Corrigan said is accurate, then perhaps we will end up having this conversation related to the master plan. I'd like to see it go into 22-23. But look, I just want it on here someplace. It's really important, I think, and our planet's heating up, our temperatures are heating up. We need more shade. And again, I think we need more natural shade, not artificial shading, because of what I said. So I'd like to say shade in 22-23. Perhaps it could be rolled into the master plan, make sure that it's discussed with that somehow.
All right, so I'm gonna interpret what you've said to be a motion that we add park shade to 22-23. Is that fair? Is that what you're?
Yes, that's perfect.
So we don't need the word playground nor the ampersand, because playgrounds are part of parks. Is there a second on this motion?
A second.
Commissioner Valadez has seconded. Is there any further discussion? All right, let's have a vote on this one.
Chair Daly,
Yes.
Vice Chair Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindemeyer, Commissioner Wang, Commissioner Ye,
Yes.
Commissioner Corrigan,
No.
Commissioner Valadez.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Are there any other items that need to be considered for addition to this plan?
None for me.
Sorry,
Yes,
one more.
Vice Chair Morris, please.
So I'm not sure if this is accurate or inaccurate, so Manny's going to have to weigh in on this one. I was told that the baseball field at Hillview is really bad. really bad. So the areas that are not grass, and it's clay or cement or pea gravel, I'm not sure what, but that
It's called fines.
okay,
Fine.
fines.
That's what an infield is. It has a clay base and fines over the top.
Right. So
Surface.
so that it's in really bad shape. And what I need to understand is when the season starts, does that get all soaked and then evened out, or is it always uneven and rutted?
Little League should fix it themselves. Little League should fix it themselves.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
not
Because
hard.
if not,
I've
it
done
should,
4 fields already this year. You get a
Okay.
tractor and you nail drag it,
okay.
you know, and then you pad drag it. And if you
Okay.
if you have another truckload of fines brought in, you have another truckload of fines brought in. And if you want to fill the divots in the batter's box with clay, you do so. Little League has money
Okay.
and should do this. Manny, will you please check me on this?
That's correct. That's absolutely correct. Yeah, the infield, the outfield we can help with as it gets bad. The outfield is in fairly good condition right now. We'll see how the dog off leash affects it, but as of right now, yes, the infield that you're speaking of, the Little League takes care of that.
Okay. It was someone, people are telling me everything when I'm out there during dog park hours. So I wanted to bring it up. I think
The worse the infield, the better the player you develop.
the more broken legs and yeah, great. And
We should always engage youth sports groups to help with the fields, because they do have the money, and it really invests them in preservation of the field.
Okay, great. That was it. Thank you for all. I'm done.
Good job. Thank you, everybody. All right. So we're gonna close out on this item, and now we go to our work plan. So Donna, are you gonna run us through the existing version of the work plan? And are we gonna handle this as kind of a working session where we make changes?
Yeah, so I will pull up the work plan, and as the staff report explained, the commission at the last meeting got a head start, kicked off the discussion, and so this is also an opportunity for us to shift around if desired in terms of assignments to subcommittees, obviously shifting around projects and whatnot. So I just want to highlight that in terms of factors to consider, I laid those out in terms of the work plan considerations include that they're intended to be only for a year. So it's projects that can be completed in 12 months. Now, you could do a phase 1 in 12 months and do phase 2 in the next 12 months if that commission the next year chooses to do so. Per the commission handbook, future agenda items must be consistent with the commission's work plan. So there's a correlation with the business taken care of at meetings to the work plan. Your powers and duties, I won't read that, but I wanted to emphasize that the powers and duties of the commission is to deal with matters pertaining to both parks and public recreation. I presented the existing mission, the new vision, the fact that there is an impact on staff time and budget and priorities. We are currently working on our budgets for the next 2 fiscal years, which will start in July, go through June, and then the next July and go through June. So we're working on those now, including our department goals. So also there are impacts of COVID and transitional changes related to that. And then preparation for opening the community center is a high priority. And the last point was the city council 5-year strategic goals, and they adopted their objectives at their meeting last night. So it's a lot to recall, but if you read the staff report, you get a real sense of what our limitations are all around. So with that, I will go ahead and pull up the work plan. Let me know when you see it.
Got it.
Okay, I need to shift it over a little bit. Okay, oops. I gotta stop share this one, hold on. There we go. Is it big enough for you guys?
Fine with me.
Okay. There we go. All right. So we'll just start at the top. Engage community outreach. This involves all Parks and Recreation commissioners. There shall be representation at virtual special events. And then there was a discussion at the last meeting about exploring the farmers market as a possibility for engagement. So I will investigate that more should you want to proceed. This is ongoing and of course pending COVID. Any questions about that? Changes? Okay. Naturescape, we will be planning a virtual ribbon cutting, and we would expect and love to have everybody present for that. We're looking at that happening sometime in summer of 2021. It's a city asset, and we're in the design phase right now. Any question about that? Okay. Skate park feasibility. We currently have subcommittee members, Corrigan and Ye, to explore the possibility of a skate park. And I guess skate park is one word. Thank you, Commissioner Ye. Uh-oh, what did I do? Looking at summer 2021, and I think the first step is for a subcommittee, this to be confirmed, whether there's room for one more subcommittee member, and then we will schedule a meeting pretty soon. Any questions or interest in being added to the subcommittee? Okay.
Donna, I think we should clarify that it can be up to 3 subcommittee members, but it's certainly not required.
Right, that's true.
But any that have openings, our new commissioners expressed interest in.
And Corrigan or Ye may not want to be on this committee, so that is correct.
So Commissioner Valadez, I saw your hand come up briefly. Are you indicating interest in this subcommittee?
I know I want to work on some subcommittees. I was hoping to kind of get a feel for who doesn't want to be on a committee and which subcommittees need people before.
We can come back to this. We don't have to fill every spot as we go.
Yeah, and also for the new members, if you guys are interested in any of these subcommittees, even if it looks full, just say you are, because the reason they may look full is we just got shoved on them.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is there an opportunity to add to this, or are we just talking about what's here?
There is an opportunity. That is also what our exercise is here tonight. I would not foresee the addition of lots of subcommittees, but certainly if there's something important that warrants a subcommittee, we can establish one.
We can always replace as well if the commission feels there's something more compelling.
Right. We have in the past modified subcommittee objectives, so to speak, the title of the subcommittee, to make it more comprehensive in some cases where we thought there were synergies and we wanted to merge a couple subcommittees. We've done things like that. So this is our working document. This sets our more or less it's going to correlate to our agenda for the year. Commissioner Corrigan.
Yeah, I just had a question. I mean, I'm very engaged, or want to, stay engaged with the skate park. But my question is, if we're supposed to do something in the coming year, but the skate park itself on our prior meeting is pushed out to 2025,
Right.
is this good time? I mean, how does the timing typically work here?
That's a good question, Commissioner Corrigan. What I would anticipate is that if you are in the early stages of sort of feasibility analysis, that you would do some research on other skate parks around the region and come back with a subcommittee report that says, we need an acre, and the budgets are usually in this neighborhood, and these are the kinds of things that you'd expect to see, and you kind of do some homework and make a report, and that's sort of that initial stage. Yang, is that how you think it should work? You've got a little experience on subcommittees. Do you think is that consistent with your next step idea?
Yeah, I think a lot of this stuff, the subcommittees are just moving ahead. Whether you're able to do anything or not as a subcommittee, you're just kind of teeing it up for the rest of the commission. So if we can put everything on a plate for the commission, it makes it easier. It's what we don't want to do is come to the commission and say, hey, we need to do a bunch of stuff. Let's figure it out. Because then they're like, well, you're on the subcommittee. You go figure it out.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Keep it as is for sure.
Okay. Performing arts in the park. Work with staff to schedule performing arts in various parks. Subcommittee is Morris at this point. For the sake of the new commissioners, Commissioner Morris, do you want to kind of describe your vision?
Well, I actually have a question, if I may, before. How realistic is that we are going to have performing arts in the parks in the next year?
That's
It's
why we made it spring 22. We pushed it back, Teresa. Remember?
Yeah, I see that it says spring 22, but we are supposed to be looking at what we will actually do this year. So
that's 1 year.
So
from
I
now.
get the planning part of it, right? Anyway, if it stays on, that's fine. I took it as actually work with the staff. So I would meet with a staff person. We'd have a conversation. I did provide some group names and that sort of thing, but I would put it as I'm there to help with, making this happen and making it interesting. And I'd work with whoever's in charge of that with staff. And I'm sorry, I'm not remembering who it is.
Candace?
Okay.
So perhaps if part of me says, if it wasn't on here, it would happen anyway, because Commissioner Morris would meet with the staff, give her suggestions, and we would take off with it. It's not really that time intensive, and it's very helpful. So it could warrant being removed from this, and we'll just work with Commissioner Morris. That's another way of handling it.
Sure, I can just keep feeding, group information. I think the thing was, so the vision that the reason I was like, yeah, let's just, is because I'd like to see, actual performers. So it would be things like, maybe there's a circus act of human beings, that would come and do some things, or there are dance troupes. Certainly that'd be something that'd be wonderful. I've seen some amazing dancers, even virtually. There have been some amazing dance performances that I've seen, and incorporating teaching the dance as well. So some East Indian dance, I'm trying to think of some African dance. There's been some wonderful things like that. Then there are different musicians that I've heard and that are pretty decent names that, you know, I'd like to see bring in some different things into the city. So that was my thinking of it, was change it out a little bit, get a little more variety, a little bit more, a little more
Diversity,
inclusive also,
right?
a little more inclusive.
Diversity and inclusivity. When I was on this subcommittee with you, Teresa, your you had a vision that you shared with me that was very compelling for finding ways to include performers that might be outside the traditional genres that we've had. So we could,
Right.
you know,
If
so
I could,
there is a diversity and inclusivity dimension that you highlighted in past discussions.
So that's what my vision was.
okay. That actually aligns with our current recruitment of a recreation supervisor for the community center. Specifically, one of the tasks is to do cultural events at the new community center. So you may be working with a new person very soon.
Okay.
Well, and you know, do we have new members of the commission that are interested in teaming up with Teresa on this subcommittee to influence that process? Commissioner Wang, you're in?
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right. Okay.
Yay.
All right.
I love recreation events.
Good. You're in the right commission.
Well, and you've got some sports marketing background and so forth too. So I think you're going to add some, definitely add some value to this process. Thank you for
No
volunteering.
kidding. It'll be great.
Okay. We have dog park and off-leash hours feasibility. So again, knowing what we did with the CIP, right now, this was related to the off-leash program, implementation, evaluation, present to council in the fall. So 6 months from now, I believe is September. And so right now, the status is we're monitoring and evaluating the program that got kicked off on April 1st.
So I'm going to take the liberty here of suggesting that Commissioner Valadez consider participating in this. It's, you know, related to her previous motion to add a fenced-in dog park. We're engaged in evaluating the current pilot, and I think you may have some thoughts about the kinds of information that we could extract from that pilot that might enhance or help us, you know, in the effort to get a fenced-in park, or maybe I'm mistaken, but I'm just making that suggestion.
I'd like to put a pin in that pending, you know, some further discussion on some of these other opportunities.
Sure.
But it's definitely on my list.
There is no real limit to there's no rule that limits the number of subcommittees on which you can participate. There's probably a sort of unwritten expectation that, you know, you can have a couple of front burner subcommittees and a couple of back burner subcommittees that you participate in. This is kind of a front burner subcommittee right now, so be aware of that. It is an ongoing process. Teresa's been going to the you know, to Hillview and talking to residents and gathering feedback, and that's what this is about right now. So just keep that in mind.
Thank you.
All right. Open space, Redwood Grove, Halsey House, and Shout Park Improvements Subcommittee is Daly, Lindemeyer, and Ye at this point. Target to be determined because we are awaiting council direction. Okay. Social Justice Jedi Subcommittee. This is similar to previous discussion. Explore inclusive features, 1 or 2, and question mark, would that be part of the master plan process at each playground? And also public education related to social justice and Jedi. So
Teresa, did you see last night that the city council added a objective under their goal that sort of directly related to the work that we initiated in our subcommittee?
No, I did not, because I left partway through.
Oh, well.
it's actually in the staff report. It was highlighted in yellow. It is goal, hold on.
I was very excited.
Yeah, it's goal 7. I think the hold on,
I think it was number 8, right? Objective number 8 or 9?
Objective 7.
Objective 7, okay.
Right. So that was in your staff report.
You know, I'm so sorry. I thought the staff report attached to what we received was the staff report from before last night's meeting. So I had read that whole thing, but then I didn't go back and reread the one that was attached to our packet because I thought it was the one I had already read before the city council meeting. Are you telling me it was the updated one last night?
No.
Oh,
it was not the updated, but they didn't make very many changes.
Okay, sorry. Then I did read it. Yes, but I'm not remembering it. Okay.
Question.
I've got it right here.
Commissioner Valadez.
Okay, sorry.
Commissioner Valadez, you have a question.
Yes, in this, the Social Justice Jedi Subcommittee, it's a more general question to Donna, but anybody from the commission can give background. Where does the commission work with staff to iron out methodologies and decisions on cost recovery? And if so, where does that show up on this chart, on this work plan?
We're not there yet. So this may be one of the new things to add. I believe at the last meeting, let me look, we're not, it is not on there. So what I suggest is we finish this list first and then bring up the new considerations.
Okay, because from a personal standpoint, one of my main goals, other than, recreation and programming, to get on this commission was to deal with Jedi issues. And, but I wanted to kind of look at things through a lens of equity as it relates to cost recovery, equitability and things like that. So when I saw this Social Justice Jedi Subcommittee, I kind of assumed that that might fall under this purview. It could fall under the purview of this subcommittee. On the other hand, it could also be a separate concept, but I want to make sure that in terms of what I think might serve the public interest in a grand way would be to make sure that it always looks through the lens of equity and accessibility when we do go through the cost recovery analysis and methodology.
We hired a consultant that's assisting us in preparing for the opening of the community center, and part of her scope of work is going through, is recommending with staff to the commission as well as to city council cost recovery policy. So you will be part of, the commission will be a part of that process. So
is that Jamie Savage or somebody else?
No, it's
okay.
Somebody else. It's Blue Point Planning.
Okay.
And so it's a process, and just like we presented the previous assessment and information at the last commission meeting, it's a phased approach. So fairly soon, within the next month, we will be bringing to the commission information about cost recovery recommendations.
So do you see that being under the scope of this subcommittee, or do you see it being a separate entity in terms of the work plan for the commission?
Neither. I see it as a future business item for the commission to review and forward a recommendation to council. So
that doesn't become part of our work plan?
No, because we hired a consultant to work on it, but we've already expressed to the consultant that we have some very strong advocates of cost recovery on the commission. So we're trying to figure out how we involve you without slowing down the process.
All right.
So I'm going to withdraw from this committee for now, for at least while I'm the chair, because I will act in my capacity as a chair with these principles in mind and in 100% of what I do.
Questions, comments? Are you okay with me adding cost recovery in there? I think that's important.
Well, I think you have to talk to the remaining subcommittee member and work that out with her.
Well, this whole plan, yeah, and this whole plan will be approved by the whole commission, so.
And I would be very interested in the subcommittee,
Okay.
if Teresa will have me.
I don't have a problem with it. I don't think that's my wheelhouse necessarily, but I'm happy to learn new things. And, but I do, so I want to make sure that we don't lose the inclusivity part for all abilities. That's what I actually started out with for this. It wasn't necessarily as it morphed, which is fine, but I want to make sure that the inclusion part for all capabilities is a big part of this subcommittee. So, Commissioner,
You should say in equity or accessibility.
right, which I think the reason it got changed to the Jedi is because we were working on something else for a while, so it morphed into that. But the accessibility part, to me, that is inclusion.
Yeah.
So when you discuss the justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, that is for every single person. And so I want to make sure you know that, though. So if you're thinking of it more in a different way, I want to make sure you know what I'm thinking for this section.
No, I'm thinking of it in terms of the original vision that most Jedi initiatives have in other cities and communities. I've been studying them. When I went to the conference, I signed up for every single session that I could, where other communities and cities are way ahead of us in this regard, and other small communities, and not all just huge counties. And but that was kind of a culmination for me, because for the last, I would say, 3 years, I've been trying to learn about this stuff. So I think you and I we may have complementary backgrounds, but I think we have the same high-level goals with regard to Jedi principles.
Okay, just want to make sure, because I want it to be for everyone. Okay, that's fine.
I think, guys, the more wording you add to that box, the more, I don't know, I feel like you're constrained. The fact is, if you apply the Jedi principles that you're seeking, justice, equity, diversity, and inclusivity, with every aspect of things business that we take up, then your subcommittee would be the kind of subcommittee that says, oh, well, we're looking at new playground features. Here's what we've researched and have to say about, features that serve different ability levels. On the programming end, you're going to say, here's what we have to say about programming that appeals to not just, 70-year-old white men, but also everybody else who's an important part of our community. So I just put that out there for you guys. The more wording you plug into that, it constrains you in some ways. Commissioner Ye.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I must have missed it. What does cost recovery have to do with the Jedi subcommittee?
So cost recovery can be an equitable or inequitable activity, insofar as if you seek to recover costs from your residents who are least capable of paying, it becomes inequitable. But if you are recovering costs primarily from your most affluent customers, it's pretty equitable. So you apply a Jedi principle and say, hey, we're going to give scholarships to, based on need for these programs. Does that make sense? There's a Jedi dimension to cost recovery.
And there are more dimensions even than that in terms of equity, in terms of how you categorize and decide which programs you want to serve to your community in terms of serving community needs versus community wishes, because usually community wishes tend to be very expensive and they serve a smaller portion of your community, whereas community need tend to be cheaper and they serve a huge part of your community. And therefore, it's a different way to look at cost recovery in terms of what kinds of programs you force into high cost recovery versus what kinds you run as loss leaders, if you will, because they serve so many community needs. And that also adds to the equity of your profile as a program.
I just want to point out, this is just me reading. If I'm looking at this box that's highlighted on the screen right now, what it tells me is that anything to do with the Jedi concept needs to be somewhat profitable to the city, or that they have to come out and not lose money. That's just how it reads. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm with you, Young. That's why I said I don't think we should put all that wording in that box.
I don't disagree with that, but cost recovery doesn't by itself does not mean profit generation.
I understand, but from an optics point of view, couldn't you just avoid the entire possibility of it? Because there are people like me who are going to read that and say, why is cost recovery in the one thing of all the columns that has to do with minorities?
Chair Daly?
Does that make sense?
Well, I think it's because that's where it's most sensitive.
But it's optics, so this is where we're a public commission. It's all about optics here. Well, what's the point of doing that if it's going to raise an issue, when if you just take it out, you can still do it?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I have a suggestion for you guys to contemplate.
I don't really care what's in that box. I just want to make sure that the commission supports Jedi principles as it manifests in all the various programs that we undertake.
So Commissioner Valadez, I'm going to suggest that we say something essentially along those lines. We should erase everything that's in that box right now and say, apply Jedi principles to park assets, programs, and other items of business before the commission. Something along those lines. I'm not dogmatic about the specific wording, but I think that the box should describe that you're tasked making sure that the principles of justice, equity, diversity, and inclusivity are applied to the full spectrum of our remit. Teresa, what do you think?
I think cost recovery belongs everywhere, and that Donna's made it clear that they have someone that they're working with on that. So I don't think it needs to be specified in that box only. And I agree that if we apply the concept of inclusivity and equity and all of that, that you look at all of those things as you're doing it. I personally feel that anything that has to do with fees is not our job. It's Donna and staff. It's their responsibility. I certainly think we can give them, some input to it, but we don't know everything about how they make their decisions about it. The other is, if we're going to have scholarships that we offer, I think that's going to need to be much broader than this Jedi. It's going to have to be something that's discussed and council's going to have to approve, and then there's going to have to be staff that's going to be dedicated to making that happen for people, because it's going to require quite a bit of staff time to be able to do that. There's going to have to be a qualification process. I mean, you get into a lot of things.
Most JEDI implementations as it relates to cost recovery equity, they don't do scholarships. Scholarships are, talk about bad optics. Then you start getting people saying, oh, you're taxing me to support some other poor kid, and people get all riled up about that. They're actually completely different methods in terms of how you structure your fees through this lens that gives you the equity that you're seeking in a more systemic way, rather than the concept of issuing scholarships. Very few.
Let's set aside the issue of scholarships, okay? That I think.
Okay, so
I'm not
fine
following what
with
we're
the way
talking
it's
about
written.
anymore.
I'm
Hang on.
fine with the wording.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next is outdoor fitness project. So this was also discussed, determine placement for inclusive outdoor fitness components and equipment for adults.
Well,
So
I was going to weigh in here. I think I was thinking about the dog park topic, so I'd kind of like to move from this one to that one, to the off leash, because I had done a fair amount of work on that last year with a local community. So I want to make sure I'd like to be involved in getting resident feedback. So I could be added to that subcommittee in addition to who, Commissioner Valadez or whoever else wants to join.
Commissioner Wang?
Can I slide into your place?
Please.
down here, okay. Okay. Any suggestions on wording? Should I remove master plan and pocket parks? Because that'll be included.
No, just leave. Just
Leave it?
Where's that?
All right, so so it said, originally it said in parentheses, master plan update and pocket parks. That was discussed at the last meeting.
so what this means, Commissioner Wang, is that if and when we undertake a full parks master plan, which I think many of us are hopeful that we will, but it hasn't been determined yet that we have that mandate, then this particular subcommittee would be responsible for providing the research and sort of writing up the section of the master plan that dealt with, mini fitness stations and pocket parks and so forth. But we don't have to have a master plan to also carry this initiative forward. It just means that we would also be responsible for that component of the master plan.
The master plan, though, is next fiscal year. So do we have to adjust the timing? Is spring 2021 still feasible, or should we move it out?
This is spring 2021, so we should move it out to 22. Good catch. In fact, we should probably take it up maybe in the winter. I don't know, maybe before then, so that we're like doing our homework and ready to contribute if we undertake the master planning process.
Fall?
I'm okay with fall.
Where was it in the CIP?
We had it in 22, 23.
It was 22, 23.
So the fall is the tail end of 22. It would, yeah, I think that timing makes sense.
So I'm gonna take off consider for Grant Park because it'll be dealt with when we get there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Next, explore pool use at Los Altos High School with MVLA district. in parentheses, schedule YMCA meeting. I had shared at the last meeting that staff is collaborating with the YMCA, and they have a relationship with the school and would like to collaborate with us in trying to get into the school to provide free swim lessons, therapeutic swimming programs. So Montclair School Joint Use Agreement, Blockegan, explore different amenities, example, Oak School ball fields, Subcommittee, Corrigan, Daly, Lindemeyer. That's a big square.
I can tell you right now that the youth sports organizations that work with the schools to lease those fields are so sick and tired of Los Altos School District right now. I mean, talk about non-responsive, and it's been a nightmare.
Maintenance.
I mean, I'm just hopeful that we can unburden the school district and provide a better product to our residents than the school district does. Let them focus their resources on things that, that accrue to education.
There was a time in history when the city did care for the school fields decades ago, and things were better.
Any changes or? Okay, we can come back. Attain sustainable and energy independence in parks and facilities. Assign PRC liaison to Climate Action and Adaptation Plan Task Force. Subcommittee is Linda Meyer and Yay. This is correct. Spring 2021. In fact, the first meeting I just sent to you guys, I think it's April 23rd. So I sent you an email so that you had a sense of what the time commitment is. So it looks like 4 meetings between now and June. So we're looking for a representative from the commission.
Did you specify the dates in that email?
Yes, let me get it real quick.
I'm sorry, I did not look at my calendar and match it up with that email.
There are Fridays. They're all Fridays from 11 to 12:30.
I can do those.
Yeah. I can't find it now. And then one public workshop would be a Friday in June. They haven't determined the time yet.
Okay. Generally speaking, I can do just about anything on Friday.
So, not sure if there's any other interest other than Chair Daly. Okay, all right, hold on, I'm just confirming. I think a gremlin walked off with it. Oh, here it is, last page. Yeah, the first meeting is Friday, April 23rd from 11 to 12:30. Then after that is May 23rd, which is a Friday, June 18th, which is a Friday, and July 16th.
Okay.
Friday.
I'm sorry, you said May 23rd?
Yeah, it's in an email I sent. I believe April 12th. So yeah, so it's April 23rd, May 23rd, June 18th, time to be determined, and then July 16th, 11 to 12:30. So
Yeah, I'm fine with all those times.
okay, so you could still have a subcommittee, but I'll put you by the task force. Okay. Last one is Grant Park Master Scope of Work Task Force. So as discussed earlier, we have a subcommittee of 3, but we have Daly and Morris assigned to the task force unless you change it. Okay. And then this is an opportunity now, if there are some ideas for replacing, removing, or adding, again, keeping in mind all the factors that we reviewed.
So I would withdraw from the outdoor fitness subcommittee. If there's somebody else that wants to jump on that one. And then
Pete, do you want to ask if any of the new members want to really like have any in mind?
yeah, absolutely. So any of the new members see anything here that they would like to jump on? And do any of the members of the commission have see a need for another subcommittee that isn't listed here? And as an example, hold on one moment, Commissioner Wang. As an example, we might discuss having a cost recovery subcommittee. Donna, I know you've got a consultant coming in to look at that, but there might be a role for the commission. I don't know. So that's something we could consider. Commissioner Wang?
I had a suggestion, but I don't know if it falls under, this, but programming just in general, the programming content that's offered through the new community center, the different classes, the camps, those kinds of things, and just looking at, perhaps augmenting or just, looking at the mix of programming options and availability for, the different groups, seniors, teens, toddlers, general adults. I'd love to work on that. And if it's not a subcommittee, Donna, if there's folks on your staff working on it, I'd love to
Sure.
be part of that.
We're doing it every day, all day.
I think it could be a good subcommittee to have. I mean, it is valuable to have community feedback. One of our jobs is to be a conduit for communication, for communication from the residents. So I'm definitely open to establishing a subcommittee in that regard if there's enough interest on if the commission feels like it's appropriate. But I also know that we have to quote somebody I think once said, our professional staff is so awesome at programming that if we built it on State and Main, they'd program for it.
Donna, would you find a value in such a subcommittee?
I think we would like to get the different perspective. I think ideally, if we sat with, our program staff, there's just we have so many programs. And as we went over in the orientation, we have different staff assigned to different program areas. And so I guess I need to just figure out how to share with Commissioner Wang all the different things that we do, and she makes some suggestions of what we haven't done already. So it is an operational thing. Typically, commissions don't get involved with operations because that's what we're hired to do. However, I like the idea of getting a different perspective and obviously resources for different kinds of teachers. As Commissioner Morris talked about earlier, we saw the need, it's been identified, and so our focus at the new community center will be more diverse and cultural sensitive events and classes and food, right? So I am
Donna,
totally.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Is that Casey?
Yes, it was. I was just thinking that this might be a nice time to point out that you do have a new position open for a specialist that would really be working with this particular topic, with programming and with handling our contractors. Right. And so that would be one specific person if there was a subcommittee established, one specific person that they could work with. It would not be many staff. They would only work with one staff, and it would be a fairly straightforward process.
As long as it wouldn't be chaotic, and as long as the commission could add value with a subcommittee, I would support it. But I need to hear staff say, yeah, it makes sense, because I don't want to step on any toes. Vice Chair
Right. I
Morris?
think, go ahead.
Donna, how does your staff do community outreach in terms of determining programming? Do you have staff dedicated to that task, or is it part of your normal operation? Or
Yes, in fact, let me see. I think he's gone now. I was looking for Ian Getz. He was on here. So we have a whole marketing plan. We have a marketing specialist. And so again, it depends. If they're high profile, we go through the PIO's office. Otherwise, we have a marketing specialist. So we do all social media. We do we do our print work. We do our brochures. We do flyers. And so there's a whole series of different checklists that we go through for marketing. Is that what you mean?
yeah, marketing, but also surveying and
So surveying in terms of like the description of our new software program. We now have the ability to be able to, and what we used to do is say, oh, thank you for taking karate. Can you please fill out this evaluation form, right? Well, now it'll be an automatic generated, email to our participants. And so it'll be more consistent. But we evaluate our programs. We ask for feedback. We're looking for instructors constantly. So that we're changing up, we're participating in, I guess, networking meetings with other cities to find out what's the trend. That's why we go to the conference and participate in those types of venues. So it's sort of like a constant keeping up, right, with the Joneses. and our community may want different things from other communities, but that's why this whole process of a master plan is so critical, because this city has not done that for quite a while.
I'm not necessarily feeling or hearing that there may be a need for a programming subcommittee. It looks like you guys are on top of it. To the extent that Commissioner Wong has personal interest, I think she could be a good resource for you.
Yes, I think she would. I just don't think it's necessarily on here. It's kind of, I'm just going to get her plugged in.
Yeah.
Get her done. Commissioner or Vice Chair Morris.
Thank you. I was wondering, I would like to understand more what Commissioner Wang is thinking. And then second, add that if this were to be a subcommittee, I could see it being similar to a lot of our other subcommittees, which is where the subcommittee gets together, discusses, their ideas, and then presents them. And so it could be, as Donna had said, it's in a way, it's another set of eyes. It's another person giving input. And so it wouldn't necessarily have to be that they work with staff, but they could say, hey, look, this is a really cool thing. You guys might want to look into it, or here are the details about it. So it might just be another resource of programming. I will add that we are known for having quite good programming, and that our Parks Department does a really good job with all of that. Our Recreation Department does a really good job with all of that sort of thing. But certainly, I could see that there's room for a subcommittee, or the input, maybe sort of similar to this performing arts idea, in how, you get together and you say, here are some great resources. And I think it might work. It might be a nice addition. Doesn't mean they're going to do anything with it, but you never know. You might bring something to the table that they don't even know about.
Well, we're constantly looking for new instructors and and new program ideas. So the interesting thing, and we'll get to the future agenda items, is we're actually going to come to you in May and explain to you how the contract instructor process works, because I think it will help to understand the mechanics of how we operate in terms of offering the different programs and whatnot.
So if I may, Commissioner Wang, maybe you could give us a little bit more of your vision of what you were thinking about with it. Or maybe everybody just agrees it can go on there and you're the sole person right now.
You know, my point of reference, you know, on city programming is really through the city of San Carlos, where I came from. And, you know, the city had just a really robust just programming overall. There, you know, there was a senior center, there was a youth center, there's all kinds of centers. There were, you know, sports leagues, there were camps, there were, you know, just a plethora of just offerings. And I really love that about San Carlos. And, you know, I would love to, I think the vision is just to provide some input, you know, do research, you know, help where we can to, you know, maybe try to either augment, you know, the offerings or look at, you know, new things, engage the community to sort of participate and do things within the community. So I don't know, and that's not a very articulate response, but, you know, the vision is just, you know, a really sort of hefty and diverse set of activities and classes and offerings that, you know, could appeal to a broad range of the community. Because I think we're really good, you know, at the young, you know, sort of the young age, and then we're really good at sort of the seniors, but, you know, maybe in between we could just beef up.
So that was, I guess, so the assessment that we presented last week, that's exactly what came out of the Godby survey, is that the gap is the teens and the adults like 18 to 50. And so as a result, that's where we're focusing with our new contract classes and new position that we're hiring. And so that's exactly what we're doing. And I'd be curious, I'll have to look at the comparables that we presented last week to see per population what the ratio is of staff, number of staff persons per population ratio, because it'd be very interesting, because we could do the world if we had the staff. So,
Well, you have a lot of empty positions as well, right, Donna? It's not just a case of whether or not the budgeted, you know, staff to resident ratio is appropriate. You then have the further complication that you have empty seats.
right. And I see too that what would really help is working with staff to come up with an evaluation process. Like, once we have the programs, how do we evaluate them and measure success, right? If we have a classroom and we only have one people going, it's time to, you know, dump that one, add a new one, and you have to constantly be doing that.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
You know, subcommittees don't live forever necessarily. They're not set in stone. And by creating one, we don't create something that's going to live on past our, you know, so if it becomes unuseful or a burden, we can disband it and go in a new direction. But let's go ahead. Do we need what's the protocol on this? To create a new subcommittee, do we need to move to create a subcommittee and have a vote on it, Donna?
My recommendation is that when we're all done, that you make a recommendation to approve the whole plan.
Okay. Got it. So yeah, let's put a subcommittee here for programming, and the scope is sort of TBD. I'd like to have you give it some thought, Donna, and sort of say, okay, here's what'll help us. And that could be the starting point.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I
And of
don't want
course,
to force this, right? So yes.
and of course, all these are subject to adjusting and molding and removing as we go along in the next year. So there's flexibility.
Good. So be it. Is there an appetite, or is there a role to play for for anybody to look at the issue of cost recovery and be specifically tasked with maybe I don't know. I mean, I again, this is one where we've got significant staff activity already in this realm. We have council making noises about this. I just, what do you think, Donna?
I think it's going to come to the commission anyway.
So
I
it would be
think-
helpful to the commission,
Right?
there
Maybe
is
a subcommittee reviewed it before it came to the commission, unless it's a time sensitive issue. So
right?
But
But the subcommittee could also look at best practices in other communities.
the consultant already does that.
Yeah, I would suggest that I have a personal interest in it, so I'm gonna, Donna, plug me in somewhere. And I will plug myself in to the extent that you'll tolerate me. And then, you know, she will present any budget or cost recovery related things to the commission as is necessary.
If we have a subcommittee, this is one where there's homework, right? I don't know exactly what the homework is going to be.
Yeah,
but
we
there's-
don't know yet.
It's dense information, right? And having a subcommittee that can process a lot of information and effectively summarize for the broader commission might be of use to the commission. I don't know if it would be of use to staff, because you're already doing all that work. And, you know, I wouldn't want a subcommittee to put things on staff to do, right? That would not be the kind of subcommittee this is. It would not be a subcommittee that would say, oh, we need you to do X, Y, and Z and perform this analysis and run this report and give us this and give us that. It would be more, go ahead.
I think it would be more of the consultant and staff would present you the findings and you would review it and then present it to the commission with your perspective.
Right. So that subcommittee would be sort of that intermediate.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm okay with that if we have such a subcommittee. And I presume, Commissioner Valadez, that you would like to be on that subcommittee if we have such one?
I would.
Yeah. Is there anybody else who has an appetite for that role?
I don't know if Commissioner Daley asked to be on that committee. Did you?
Sorry.
No, you know, it's I have to think about it for a second. I have, my objective tonight was to remove myself from some of the subcommittees that I'm on. So I definitely have an interest in this, and just because, put me on this subcommittee. That way I can actually be involved in the discussion without being concerned about a Brown Act violation.
And Donna, you can create like 3 other subcommittees and Chair Daley will be on all of them.
I was gonna say, you did remove yourself from some, but then
I'm just
you put
kidding. I'm
yourself
so
on some others.
That's
how it goes.
I want to point out that this conversation was so interesting that we lost our last public attendee.
It's so late.
That is true. We have 0 public attendees at this point.
I have one thing.
Yes.
For the Jedi, I think the target date, the city priority, and the status may need to be changed.
Okay.
Or did they get changed and I didn't update mine? I don't see it. So I think public education comes out, in my opinion, because we took it out of the other area and it's just ongoing. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think so.
And is it a city asset?
I think it's will probably be under transitional change because that's a new goal set by the council. This
Okay.
relates, yeah, this is a transitional.
This is staff code for how.
Yeah.
Okay, and then how about that master plan consideration? Isn't it just,
Well, it could be, but it was.
isn't it everything?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what a master plan is too, but yeah.
True, but we don't, we may not get a master plan going real
Yeah,
fast.
we never.
Okay,
Yeah.
all
Okay,
right.
that's good.
I feel like an auctioneer. I want to say going once, going twice. Are we at a point where we can move to approve this work plan?
Yes.
Should we run through the assignments, the personnel, just one
Real
more?
quick. Let's do it
All right.
real quick.
All right.
Everybody
We have
agree what they signed up for.
we have skate park, performing arts, dog park, open space, Jedi subcommittee, outdoor fitness project, working with the school district, sustainability, grant park, master plan, program resources, and cost recovery review. Any changes? And then I will make the appropriate city priority related to, because since council just adopted those, I'll put in the appropriate.
That would be great. So I move
Category.
that pending Donna's mapping of the city priority column, that we approve this work plan.
I second it.
I
It's a lot of work.
don't know who
Vice Chair Morris seconds it.
got it.
Sorry.
All right, so let's call the question on approval of the work plan. Casey, will you please take a roll call vote?
Yes, I will. Chair Daly. Oh, I think it cut out. I assume you said yes, Chair. Okay.
Yes.
Vice Chair Morris.
Yes.
Commissioner Lindemeyer.
Yes.
Commissioner Wang.
Yes.
Commissioner Ye.
Yes.
Commissioner Corrigan.
Yes.
Commissioner Valadez.
Yes.
Did I get everyone? No, Vice Chair, I'm working on the order the same way that you guys are working on accepting the order. Vice Chair Morris.
No, you got me. Did you get Commissioner Wang?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. That's who I thought you didn't get. No, you got me. Sorry.
I think if we had 8 votes, it would get tossed out.
I didn't mean to mess it up. Sorry.
Okay, so we have accepted the work plan. Next,
Chair Daly?
yes?
So one thing that needs to be determined is how you want to present this to the council on May 4th. So in the past, I believe it was Chair Lindemeyer at the time presented not only the work plan, but the accomplishments, which is in the staff report. So it's already prepared for you to share with the council. So you can either share it or you can present it all as the chair. So it might help the commission to know in advance how it will be presented to council.
I don't have an appetite to present the accomplishments if that's in the staff report already.
Yeah.
I'm happy to present the work plan. I would prefer to keep the presentation to the bare minimum, knowing that council has 11 commissions to work their way through.
They're only doing 5 commissions that night.
Okay. Okay.
No, Pete, they go through quick.
Yeah.
What I noticed last year when I presented was that it seemed like they were asking a lot of questions. And so giving them an overview of our year really eliminated a lot of their need to ask questions. So that's something to think about too.
Okay, I'm open. I'd like to at least have a discussion with Donna about it before. I mean, and I'll take the advice of the commission if you guys have strong feelings about how you would like to see it done.
No, but Pete, this is you.
All right. Not really
Commissioner Morris, Vice Chair Morris has her hand up.
Yes.
All I was going to say is if you just do a high level accomplishments thing, I mean, they have it in front of them. I think it's perfectly fine. But I do think you should make us look really good and highlight all those really high level ones. Like really look what we've done.
I will make this
time. Just talk about me.
Perhaps a vice chair, maybe it could be a chair, vice chair team approach, and the vice chair can do the accomplishments.
I would like that. If Teresa and I can do it together, that would be even better because teamwork makes the dream work.
And both of you can have the community center as your background with confetti.
I think the key with that background is you can't move around as much as I do, but I'm happy to co-present if you'd like. That's fine. I think that date's fine for me.
That's great. That's great. I really like the idea of co-presenting. I think it conveys a feeling of teamwork that I value, that I think is important. So
yeah. So I'm fine with that. We can get together, chat about how we want to do it. If that's okay with everybody else. And we'll make sure we spend extra time on Commissioner Lindermeyer. I was kidding. I'm kidding.
I will make that list of accomplishments look like it's a Mount Everest of stuff.
Okay, thank you.
So can we please move to subcommittee updates? Does anybody have any updates from their subcommittee that they want to share? Vice Chair Morris.
I would like to share and also beg that about the dog parks. So I've been going periodically. I am just going to straight up admit I am not a morning person. So I'm not making the morning hours very often, but the evenings and the weekends I've been going. And they have had mixed attendance. Saturday night, for example, there was nothing. Easter Sunday evening, I expected nobody. It was packed. So, I haven't figured out rhyme or reason on this. The overall consensus is people are very happy with being able to bring their dogs to the park and have them off leash. They're thrilled, actually. The biggest, the most I've heard consistently is the hours, is how they aren't happy with the hours. So I've explained it's a pilot program and that we were lucky to find some hours in a park. So, to put that in their comments. I've been trying to educate people. So my ask is if commissioners go, that you read the signs and that you point out to people what's on the signs. For example, there was a day that I was there and as I was walking in, there was a dog digging holes, ripping the grass up, and the owners were laughing, "Oh, isn't that so cute?" And I was just mortified. I was mortified. And the dog had this hunk of grass and he was running around. And I said, oh, you know, it's really interesting. I said, one of the things that we don't want to have happen is digging in the grass. So I'm trying to do it in a way that's really nice, but let people know, like, that's just not okay. And I've also been reminding them, like, pick up any poop. If it's your dog's or any others, pick it up. So it's been fun. I've learned a lot. I've been doing that educating, but I'd love if somebody would be willing, if you guys would just show up periodically also, and particularly the mornings. Those are where I'm weakest, but in general, and if you even want to coordinate with me, I'm happy to have that happen, or just go. So, but it's going really well. People are super happy. The other thing is barking dogs. Oh my gosh, we need that on our signs. We need it to, or somewhere that says, you know, no barking, because the dogs are just bark, 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 barking.
I tried to train my dog to read signs, but I don't think it's going to work.
Right. So you have to tell the people, and I've been doing that. Like, look, if there are complaints about barking dogs, this isn't going to fly. So you need to train your dog not to bark at the park excessively. And it's excessive barking I'm talking about. There are just a couple that have been doing that, and there's one that does it all the time. The one thing that I've gotten feedback from people is we've been bringing our dogs here for years and letting them off leash. So honestly, it's like, you know, they're thrilled they don't have to look over their shoulder, but they've been doing it forever. I did meet 2 people from Mountain View that specifically came because there was off leash hours at that park, and they were really enjoying that, that they had that space, and mentioned that Cuesta is just a little too wide open, and that particular park felt really nice and safe and contained. So it's going well. I mean, there are glitches like poop left and holes in the grass and stuff. So we'll see how it all goes, and we'll see if neighbors complain about some of the barking. But overall, I think it's going okay.
Commissioner Valadez, did you have a question?
And I just wanted to add that I've gotten feedback from my neighbors about the morning hours, because they are morning people. I am not, but I've told them all about the pilot. Their feedback was all about one thing in terms of the morning hours, and that the 7 to 9 is really early. They understand why it's for now, but they just say that their dogs come home slopping wet with dew, because the grass is so wet at that time of the morning. So a lot of them have chosen not to go back in the morning because it becomes a big maintenance issue with their dogs. And so they target the afternoons much as they can. So that's what I've heard. Virtually all of my contacts have stopped going to the morning session.
Okay.
I plan to type up my notes, Donna, and provide them to you.
Okay, great.
Wonderful.
And perhaps when it's 110 degrees in August, it might be so dewy.
Okay.
It might be worth looking at when the grass is watered as well. And then there was one comment about a dog's paws being burned from when there was, I don't know if it was fertilizer or, yeah, fertilizer was put down. So that would be one thing, is to make sure that that doesn't happen near the dog park hours. I don't know. We have it 7 days a week. It's going to be hard to find the time to fertilize when there aren't going to be dogs there, or to put signs up that say, you know, fertilizer was just put down. That's probably the thing to do.
Okay. Should be a quick report, not discussion, though.
So sorry.
So the quick report is it's going well. I'm going to type up my notes. Thank you. Any other subcommittee reports?
Yeah, John, you want to give ours?
Yeah, we met. We had one meeting for the skate park committee subcommittee, and with Director Legge, Jamie, and Yang and I. So we talked about a couple things, and please feel free to jump in. One was we have the business owner in Los Altos who wants to partner with, you know, a skateboarding company in Los Altos wants to partner with Parks and Rec to offer training classes. So we want to see how that evolves, how the partnering works, and kind of understand his vision for a skateboard park, take some of his feedback. Another thing we talked about was we were leaning towards potentially a more portable skateboard venue, since we know there's a premium on permanent fixtures, you know, taking open space for permanent fixtures. like a skate park. So the downside, I think, Young, you raised some of the issues might be a noise factor, also, higher noise factor in a portable venue, and also potentially some more scraping injuries than you'd have in a fixed skate park. So we would want to look at that. And then the other question was venue. Especially a younger crowd, we thought ideally it might be closer to downtown would be better, just because they tend to socialize more closer to downtown. But we talked about a couple of venues. It's too early to say what. There's one in South Los Altos I had looked at, and I know Young had a preference maybe in North Los Altos. So, but I don't know if we want to really talk about that yet.
No, we still got to do some research.
And then finally, I guess the other item was, I think, a recommendation from Director Legge to connect with the Youth Commission and get some feedback on actual demand here. Make sure, we have some way to gauge demand along with folding this into the master plan, get that demand or market assessment. So that's what I had for my summary.
You guys might engage Skateworks to collect signatures on behalf of interest in the skate park.
And that was the company that John was talking about.
Cool. All right, let's move to future agenda items. We've got the joint meeting with council on May 4th that we already discussed. Then we have our regular meeting on May 12. That's correct, right? So subcommittee guidelines. Vice Chair Morris. Is this something that we're going to have a report on, or are we going to have an open discussion on? What are your thoughts on that particular contemplated agenda item?
I think just going through sort of what our norms, our rules, our, what we're supposed
All right.
to.
So, Donna, would we be able to have a quick slide or two that captures whatever norms are pertaining to subcommittees? And then we can have a discussion about whether we want to add expectations that we want to, use as our guiding principles for subcommittees. So we'll have it on the agenda and treat it like that. That make sense?
Yeah.
And we may, if we choose, take action to approve a set of expectations and guidelines for subcommittees.
Okay.
Okay. Any other items that we should be agendizing in the near future? I'm going to say that we need to put the Grant Park Kitchen on the agenda.
Okay. I need at least 2 more commissioners to agree to put it on the agenda.
I agree. Commissioner Morris, Vice Chair Morris agrees.
Okay.
I agree, Commissioner Corrigan.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
It probably would be scheduled for June.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fair enough. We need some time to.
I will forward, I guess we should have created a Grant Park Kitchen subcommittee. Maybe I'll put it on.
We've got a Grant Park subcommittee. Let's just let the
Right.
existing Grant Park subcommittee, first and foremost, probably get a copy of the previous bid and
Yeah, I'll send that to you. Okay. All right. Any other future agenda items?
No, but Donna, when you send us that bid, would you, if it's not too much trouble, because I could do it, can you let us know what meeting or meetings it was
Oh, yeah.
discussed with? Okay,
problem.
thank you. I assumed you would, but
Yeah.
because
no
you're
problem.
thorough.
I'm gonna rush you guys here
Done.
because I've got a few seconds left. I want to adjourn before midnight.
You have very few seconds left.
Meeting's adjourned.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Good
Good
night.